So good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see everyone offline and online on our conference, international conference, Gender and Immaterial Labor, that was organized at the Center for Gender Studies, European Humanitarian University, with support of European Union Foundation and within the project Women in Tech project. And first of all, today we will talk and tomorrow we will talk a lot about gender and technologies, the informational technology and how they are affected on through the gender optics and through the gender issues. We will talk a lot about the gender gaps in IT sphere, their emotional exploitation, labor, and so on. And first of all, I'm glad to present for the welcome and speech the rector of the European Humanitarian University, Krzysztof Rybinski. Welcome. So I'm really glad.
Thank you very much for coming to the conference. It's my great pleasure to welcome you at the European Humanities University to open formally the conference Gender and Immaterial Labor. A very warm welcome to our partners, ELENA, GAPOVA, and University of Western Michigan, US, and Teresa Anbing, Lund University, Sweden. And let me acknowledge as a rector financial support from the European Union delegation in Minsk, as we always do, and we're very grateful for your European Union delegation in Minsk for supporting our activities, range of activities, including this conference. Let me say that the topic is very important and very timely. And I may refer to my own research on the topic. I'm specializing in artificial intelligence. And recent years have shown that the inequalities that we face, gender, race, age, as ageism, and other inequalities, they become even more pronounced when artificial intelligence helps humans make decisions. So when there is unfair treatment of women when recruiting them for jobs in tech but beyond, when recruitment process is supported by AI, this inequality becomes even greater. So the AI is learning from humans to discriminate and does it even stronger. So things become even worse. So discussing these issues is very important because we are not looking at the problems going away. We are looking at the problems becoming more and more pronounced as we speak. So once more, a very warm welcome. This is a very timely topic. I hope you have a great conference, and I learned that there will be some also proceedings published, so I look forward to reading the contributions. I apologize I cannot stay with you because we have rectorate meetings, and we are approving long-term contracts for our faculty, so it's very important, so I have to be there at the meeting. So once again, very warm welcome at the EHU in Vilnius, and I wish you a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next speaker, I'm glad to present on this virtual stage Professor Almira Ousmanova. She also one of the co-owner of the Women in Tech project, and I cannot not to mention her significant impact in not only in the gender studies, but also in visual studies and cultural studies. The Professor Almira Ousmanova from the Academic Department of Social Science at the European Humanitarian University. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much, Antonina, for introducing me. And this is Antonina Stebur, who is the key person of our project Women in Tech, but also I would like to introduce Antonina as a very, as a really well-known curator, and she is also teaching at our program in Gender Studies, a course on gender equality in practice, and there are many other things that we will discuss also with her today during this conference. I will not be giving a long speech. I would like first of all to welcome you all and those who are online and those who are with us today and tomorrow. And it is my pleasure that we have ELENA GAPOVA who is going to give a keynote speech today. And it's not only because we didn't see each other for a long time due to pandemic and due to political events in Belarus and many other things happened, unfortunately including war in Ukraine. So it's my pleasure to see also all of you, in particular our colleagues from Kiev, who managed to come also to the conference, and this will give us a chance to see each other also in person and to have more conversation and scholarly discussions. So we have really close friends, close colleagues today from different parts of the world, and before we will continue, and before we will we will start our conference with keynote speech of ELENA GAPOVA. I would like to say that this year, actually, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of our Center for Gender Studies. Maybe it's already like 26 years this moment. Maybe, and ELENA GAPOVA is the founding head of the Center for Gender Studies. That's why it's even more important that she is going to talk today and that she is here. Yes, we will have 2 productive days, and as you know, we are planning also to publish the articles based on the conference. We will talk about it tomorrow when we'll finish our in the concluding remarks. And with these words, I would like to invite ELENA to give her keynote lecture.
So just, I would like to clarify just several technical moments, as well as we have a hybrid form of our international conference. It means that it's online and offline part, and we have participants online and on the stage. So you have several microphones and several cameras. This is how we try to manage the translation, that everybody feels engaged in this conference, notwithstanding the geographical circumstances. And first of all, how our conference will be organized. We will have one keynote speech and several panels. And every panels come together several speakers that somehow to connect it to the particular topic. And every panel participants have 15-20 minutes for speech. After that, we invited on this also virtual stage, and everybody will present her speech. And after that, after the fact, when every of participants present on the speech, we will have the Q&A section, like a discussion section. So if you have any question, please just keep it at the end of the panel, because I understand that maybe for us it's very interesting to have not only person-to-person question, but also to provoke a discussion inside the particular panel. And we also have the online participants, and the online participants can also write their questions on YouTube chat. If they have, we will also try to ask them. So probably that is. And now I'm glad to present ELENA GAPOVA with a very thought-provoking lecture.
Well, you don't know yet. You don't know this yet.
I know the topic.
Yeah, but look, what about PowerPoint? How do I get it?
So,
At this point, I see myself, which is a strange experience. No, but where? No, but where's my presentation? This is, sorry, I cannot make sense of it. So do I go this way? Okay. Well, hello everyone, and I'm so glad to be here at European Humanities University. Well, it's so strange at the same time. It is so strange to be here, coming from a different conference. Well, really, 25 years ago, when Almira and I started that Center for Gender Studies, we lived really in a very, very different world, and the way we imagine the future is not the way the future has realized itself. So, but here we are anyway. And well, I'm really glad to be speaking at the conference on gender and immaterial labor, because, as the rector has just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, this is one of those really formative issues of our time. Now, I will be trying to do something about the PowerPoint, but I'm a little bit scared of it. I do not understand how this works. Okay, so. Speaking about, and the title that I gave to my speech is Gender and Immaterial Labor in the Age of AI. And the title of this, can I have a watch please, just to keep track of time? And the title of this conference and the title of my presentation is like a microchip. Looking tiny, a microchip has decades, even centuries of science and well, it has a life of its own. Decades of, and even centuries of science and engineering built into it. In a similar way, conceptualizing immaterial labor builds off several concepts. Labor and work, which I'm going to treat as one, just for brevity, and their versions: material labor, immaterial, productive, subsistence, bullshit, precarious, etc. And of course, there's the concept of gender that adds another dimension to make it all stereoscopic. So, well, I'm going to address some of these concepts in succession, but I want to begin with a simple question. Why work? Really, why do we work? The answer that most people give is that they work to engage, to earn a living, to meet their basic needs. It seems to follow naturally that work is regarded by many as toil, as means to an end, as an unpleasant activity which we would avoid if we could. And this take on labor has been abundant in world literature, like in this poem that I'm going to quote now briefly it's called the Song of the Shirt, Песня рубашки by Thomas Hood. He wrote in the 19th century, with fingers weary and worn, with eyelids heavy and red, a woman sat in unwomanly rags, plying her needle and thread, stitch, 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 work, 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 till the brain begins to swim, walk, 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 till the eyes are heavy and dim. And in an excellent translation by Эдуард Багрицкий, от песен, от скользкого пота в глазах растекается мгла, работай, 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 пчелой заполняющей соты, покуда из пальцев с налета не выпрыгнет рыбкая игла. Работай, 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 погода, погода светла, покуда стежками без счета играет, летая игла, работай, 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 покуда не умерла. Work is tedious and unpleasant and sometimes deadly. These views are widely held, so there must be some truth in them. So many people cannot be entirely wrong. However, when one looks deeper, it becomes clear that attitudes to work are more complex and contradictory. They concern the role that work can play, it can potentially play, and then ought to play. Must work necessarily be experienced as unwanted toil and regarded as a mere means to an end? Labor has been a trope in thinking about life that we call philosophy since its early days. The most familiar and widely held theory in philosophy as an everyday life is an instrumental view of work, which is unpleasant and means to an end. Plato and Aristotle regarded a fully human life as the life of reason. This requires exemption from physical labor, which they look upon as a lower activity catering only to lower needs. For Immanuel Kant as well, we are rational beings and our physical nature is a lower and merely animal aspect of our being. Such attitudes are also evident in an important strand of Christian thought, which treats work as a curse, a punishment for our fallen nature. Work is regarded as foreign activity forced upon us. This instrumental view of work is expressed with particular clarity in the philosophy of hedonism that underlies classical economics. And John Locke was very succinct. For example, work for its own sake, he says, is against nature, that is, against human nature. But then came Karl Marx and provided a more illuminating alternative. Marx's view is that work can potentially be fulfilling activity. As human beings, he contends, we are not only creatures of need and desire, or passive consumers who would ideally like our needs to be met with, as Hume puts it, no laborious occupation required. Rather, we are active, productive, and creative beings. We get satisfaction from actively exercising our powers, from overcoming obstacles and being productive. Productive humans are active and creative beings and not just creatures of need. This view touches upon an important, touches on another important philosophical tradition, running from Plato to Kant, which sees human beings in this way. However, these philosophers tend to see our productivity and creativity as occurring primarily in the realm of reason. Marx, by contrast, stresses our productivity and creativity as operating in the material sphere, where essentially materially productive beings. Concrete material creative activity is what Marx calls our species activity, by which he means our distinctively human powers and potentials. He also describes productive activity as man's spiritual essence, his human essence. Unfortunately, Marx did not explain this in any detail, what he meant by these phrases. So we have to speculate, there's no other way. Work is one of the ways through which we overcome our division from nature and reestablish our unity with it. By shaping and forming the object, we transform ourselves and our natural environment. So we have this division into material and immaterial labor. But the Marxist tradition and traditions on the left and many other traditions pertain, we are under capitalism. And most of the work that most people do most of the time is unwanted and unpleasant, and quite often people see no practical point in it. So much so, I forgot completely about the PowerPoint. So much so that an anthropologist, David Graeber, came up with the concept of bullshit jobs. These are, and this is a term, as we know now, these are meaningless jobs that bring societal harm. He began with his 2013 essay on the phenomenon of bullshit jobs, and then in 2018, a book came out which argued the pointlessness of many contemporary jobs, particularly those in the field of finance, law, human resources, public relations, and consultancy. Huge masses of people in Europe and North America in particular spend their entire working lives performing tasks that secretly believe they do not really need to be performed. There is no meaning to them. These bullshit jobs is a metaphor or a name for a form of paid employment that is so completely pointless, unnecessary, or pernicious that even the employee cannot justify its existence, although they usually do not say this openly. And Graeber suggested a classification of these jobs. They are those that serve to make their superiors feel important, like receptionists, administrative assistants, door attendants, and those that act to harm or deceive others on behalf of their employer lobbyists, corporate lawyers, telemarketers, public relations specialists, or those that temporarily fix problems that could be fixed permanently, like programmers repairing shoddy code, airline desk staff who can calm passengers whose bags do not arrive, and those that create the appearance of something useful is being done when it is not. For example, survey administrators, in-house magazine journalists, corporate compliance officers, and those who create extra work for those who do not need it. For example, middle management, leadership professionals, and so on. Well, I cannot say that I agree completely with Graeber's classification, but it has become important. So Graeber holds that work as a source of virtue is a recent idea. For work or labor was disdained by the aristocracy in classical times, but it was inverted as virtues through then radical philosophers like John Locke. The Puritan idea of virtue through suffering justified the toil of the working classes as noble. And so bullshit jobs justify contemporary patterns of living, that the pains of dull work are suitable justification for the ability to fulfill consumer desires, and that fulfilling those desires is indeed the reward for suffering through pointless work. Accordingly, over time, the prosperity extracted from technological advances has been reinvested into industry and consumer growth for its own sake, rather than the purchase of additional benefit of leisure time from work. In short, bullshit jobs are the product of capitalism, especially the development of the financial and administrative sector. And as we live in this post-Fordist moment, post-Fordist economy, there's one more change in the nature of work. All this led to the massive existence of precarious jobs. And this is another term. Precarious work is a term that stands for non-standard, unstable, or temporary employment that has become ubiquitous. It may be poorly paid, but not necessarily. Mostly it is insecure, unprotected, and unable to support a household. And we mostly know about this from this famous book by the British sociologist Henry Standing, and his idea of the precariat class. The precariat is a social class, and the title of his book is The Precariat, the New Dangerous Class. And the precariat is a social class formed by people suffering from precarity, which means existing without predictability or security, affecting material or psychological welfare. And what is included into precarious jobs? Part-time jobs, self-employment, fixed-time work, temporary work, on-call work, and remote workers. And who physically are in this class? Of course, this can be, for example, agricultural migrant workers, but also highly educated professionals employed in all kinds of temporary projects would also be in the precariat class. So all these developments are a product of globalization and a shift from manufacturing economy, not to say that manufacturing economy was without any problems, and a shift from manufacturing economy to service and information economy, and the spread of information technology, a new economy which demands flexibility in the workplace. And I'm going to return to this in a moment, but at this moment I need to introduce the concept of gender. Introducing the concept of gender, of course, this is about the division of labor. Now, the division of labor is a precondition of social order, not a particular social order, but social order as such. The first division of labor in history has been the one between women and men. And according to Engels, and this work, of course, it is dated, but it is pretty brilliant. According to Engels, who was one of the first to theorize the division, men and women performed to an extent different tasks. Men hunting and women gathering. Of course, this division is very conditional. Women could participate in hunting, and men used to spend quite some time in gathering, but mostly women had to stay put. Because when pregnant and breastfeeding, and which they were for most of their lives in those days. So this division into men's and women work did not matter much. But then again comes, at least Engels tells us, but this division becomes really important when private property is invented. And the division of labor into men's and women's turned out to be the division into productive and subsistence work, which is about the reproduction of life. Productive work, as we know from Marx and Engels and this tradition, productive labor has exchange value. Its results can be exchanged or sold. And subsistence work cannot be exchanged. This kind of labor is necessary for the reproduction of life, but it cannot be alienated from the producer. And in marketing economy, as Engels explains, when a product is not sold, it does not exist. So it turns all these women's work, subsistence work, into something which is invisible to the market. Thus, productive labor can be accumulated and become a source of wealth, while the subsistence work is mostly the labor of love. It is done for free. And feminists have long been interested in this kind of immaterial and effective labor, if the terms themselves are a more recent invention. Their early explorations of immaterial laboring practices and relations were part of the struggle to expand the category of labor to include more of its gendered norms. Effective labor, in particular, has been understood within certain feminist traditions as fundamental both to contemporary models of exploitation and to the possibility of their subversion. And some groundbreaking work in this field was done by Ali Hochschild. I never know how to pronounce her name correctly, who published her famous The Managed Heart in 1983. And she comes up with theorizing the emotional work of pink-collar occupations, of which the flight attendant serves as an iconic example. And she acknowledged the specific skills required for emotional labor. The salesperson or a flight attendant, for example, engages in a distinctive kind of labor. Indeed, emotional work is not just a form of labor, but an example of social necessary labor. This work requires not just the use, but the production of subjectivity. Thus, for example, when the emotional display of the worker is part of what is being sold in service work, seeming to love the job becomes part of the job. What is more, actually trying to love it and to enjoy the customers helps the worker in this effort. So it is the production of subjectivity, but also the production of gender. Personalities are gendered, and this is part of their labor to the employers. And modern technology has been able to introduce, or rather, the economy benefited from modern technology, and some other kinds of immaterial labor came into being. And at this point, I just wanted to say a few words about aspirational, something which can be called aspirational labor, and this is something that is there in culture industries, which are driven by the romance of being creative. And speaking about culture industries, I would name, for example, communications, transnational media, curatorial industries, culture, all kinds of culture industries. If one looks at students in these industries, they are disproportionately female and child-free, very dedicated and exceptionally hardworking. They fly on the euphoria of imagined success. I would also add people who are employed, although it is sometimes this is not seen as a form of employment, but it is. People who do social justice work, people who are in human rights, ecological, feminist, LGBT+, and other organizations. Many people in these industries, they consider self-employment, which again is precarious, or they try to set up small creative businesses. And these young people, mostly the women, they envision mobility. And here, being geographically mobile is important. One has to be able to go where opportunities are. Work becomes akin to a romantic relationship. And feminism is important, gender analysis is important as it analyzes the gender inequalities of these precarious career paths. Where am I? Yeah. So, and as modern technology enhanced our abilities to do this kind of immaterial work, we need to be able to conceptualize this new trend as well. It seems that digital technologies, new technologies, they enhance human powers and possibilities and human achievements. But it is difficult to be able to recognize them as such, to affirm them as our powers and achievements, and to find realization in and through them. For the most part, we cannot do so. To describe our situation, the situation in which Karl Marx lived, he used the graphic image of a genie, which we ourselves have summoned up, but which by some weird spell has now become an alien and hostile force out of control. I want to mention a recent letter by I think several hundred developers who were at the birthplace of artificial intelligence, and who wanted to warn all of us about the threat that information technologies are becoming these days, and they're writing that they probably can be a danger to humanity. So, but it was Karl Marx almost 200 years ago, 150 years ago, who warned us that technologies have powers that threaten to consume and destroy us, and indeed to poison and destroy the whole planet. In the year 1930, John Keynes, a famous economist, predicted that by century's end, technology would have advanced sufficiently, and advanced nations would have achieved a 15-hour work week. There's every reason to believe he was right. In technological terms, we are quite capable of this, but this did not happen. Instead, technology has been marshaled, if anything, to figure out ways, has been marshaled, if anything, to figure out ways to make us work more. And I want to mention one more aspect. New technologies even change our lives and identities. There is a contradiction at the heart of digital media. We use commercial platforms to express our identity, to build community, and to engage politically. At the same time, our status updates, tweets, videos, photographs, and music files are free content for these sites. We are also generating an almost endless supply of user data that can be mined, repurposed, and sold to advertisers. As users in the commercial web, we're socially and creatively engaged, but also labeled by the companies that provide our communicative platforms. And of course, this is also gender. Gender is performed as difference because, well, while in the market economy the work is ideally neutral, in reality people are gendered and turn to have their gendered roles and responsibilities and need to sustain social reproduction. Gender, which is the anchoring of a certain group of individuals in the specific sphere of social activities, gets reproduced as the segregation into more or less efficient workers takes place. Quite often it is the segregation into women and men. As some labor experts point out, new employment patterns in the digital era, are precarious patterns with gendered implications. Neoliberal economy and market economy emphasizes one's autonomy and responsibility for one's own well-being. And thus, contradiction emerges between women's participation in production and reproduction remains and becomes newly meaningful. With flexible labor markets, with austerity, with precarious employment, workers have to efficiently market themselves and be available at any moment 24/7 to make themselves interesting and successfully market their lives. And hence the importance of social media. They need to constantly update their CVs in order to have any chance on this job market, for example, in culture industries or in other industries. All this militates against the idea of having children, of having a family, since maternity means having a more fixed abode. Reproductive labor has become simultaneously more important and harder to find time and space to do. And public support for it is reduced as families stay abandoned to their own devices. And I understand that what I'm saying is very much a reality of the United States, where I live now. It must be a little bit different in the European Union, but still. Reproduction has a social cost. It becomes the burden for those whose cost it is assigned to, regardless of whether they can or will have children. In this sense, gender is constantly reimposed and renaturalized. And this becomes a kind of a crisis of identity for a generation of young women who sought gender equality through acquiring what once used to be risk-proof qualifications linked with degrees and graduate training. And here comes ChatGPT that created a new wave of apprehensions and concern. We are living in this new wave of the information revolution. And definitely this is going to change our working lives at this point. For example, with ChatGPT, which came into active use just, well, probably during the several months probably this spring semester, I noticed that my students began to write so much better, and I was so happy for them. And then I realized, well, this is good. This is what is going on. And in the next semester, I just don't know how I'm going to grade my students, or what kind of tests, what kind of work I need to come up with. I just really don't know. So we live in this mix of these new developments, information revolution and reproduction, and something really going on with reproduction. Really, I was reading an article in The Economist recently, which argued that for the first time since the Black Death in the 15th century Europe, world population is going to decrease. And for example, the birth rate, fertility rate in Singapore is 1 birth per woman. And I was reading this and thinking, how horribly. And then I realized that I also have only 1 child. So this is not just in Singapore, this is here as well. So we need to take all this into account, thinking about information technologies and new technologies and digital media and material and immaterial labor. So technologies which are a great new thing in our lives. And all this need not and should not be the way in which the way it is now, in which we relate to our own products and powers, Karl Marx argued. This way is neither necessary nor inevitable that they should be experienced in this way. On the contrary, that it should appear to be so is itself a symptom of alienation or an indictment of contemporary society. Marx sees that the problems are much more deeply rooted in the present order. They are intrinsic, well, Karl Marx was writing at the time of capitalism, they are intrinsic to the capitalist system itself, to the neoliberal system itself, I would say today. A revolutionary social transformation is needed before our present alienation can be overcome and before we can begin to be at home with our own powers and creations, of which digital technologies are a part. Only then will we finally be able to recognize that the genie of our technology and industry is in fact an emanation of ourselves, of our own powers and selves in alienated form. And only then will we be in a position to begin to take conscious social control of these powers and use them in a free and conscious way for our own real benefit. Thank you. I'm sorry that I forgot about the PowerPoint.
Thank you for your presentation, for a brilliant presentation, and probably we have several minutes for questions, and maybe do you have any question to ask for Elena? And probably before audience started to ask something, I would like also to ask about the gender division in IT sphere as well. As we remember from the scratch of cybernetic, there were so many women IT sphere on the regions of IT sphere, and we remember the other Levi's, for example, who created their first programming machine to inspire in their BRAM machine, and we remember that in the Soviet time there were many women who engaged in the cybernetic situation, but today the IT sphere today is one of the less balanced sphere in gender issues. There are, it's in approximately in average, there are 30% of women in IT in comparison with men. In Belarus, even less. And what do you think, what changed in this situation?
Well, the neoliberal economy. Well, the workforce in the Soviet system, it was structured very differently, of course. And actually, my first job, my very first job after graduation was at the Institute of Cybernetics of the Belarusian Academy of Sciences. And I remember pretty well that there were these different departments and the departments which were engaged. And of course, all this work was supported by the Minister of Defense. But the people were not developing any arms or any guns or anything. Actually, they were working at the they were working with maps, trying to digitalize maps, and that was in the very early stages as yet. But indirectly, all this kind of work was supported by the Minister of Defense, and there were departments which dealt with hardware. And these were men's department, and women's departments were programmers departments, the development of software. And all those people, mostly women, but some men, but very few men, they had this education from university education in mathematics and these hard sciences. And after that, I taught at Belarusian State University for several years, and I taught at the Department of Physics, where this gender ratio was 50-50. And then at the Department of Mathematics, at the Department of the other department, the mathematical department. What was the? Yes, applied mathematics. They were 90 to 80% female departments. And then I taught at the Department of Radio Physics and Electronics, where I actually married this guy. He is sitting over there. And there were about 10% of women and mostly men. So you can see how men were more in this hardware and women in software development. But then the Soviet Union disintegrated, socialism disintegrated, the social security system disintegrated, and new international companies came into the market. And it is now a very competitive and very well-paid job. And as soon as this kind of change happens, the gender ratio changes. So these are huge developments with the labor market, and this is so everywhere. I think. Well, and I think we need to look at the experience, at the Soviet experience, and try to understand how it worked, how it was able to bring that system, how it was able to bring so many women into hard sciences and engineering and programming and whatever. We need to look into that experience, really.
Thank you so much. And probably today we will also have several speakers who will present this sociology research about the gender barrier and how not only how women create, how society created their barrier, but how parents also created this, repeat these stereotypes when they try to understand. Because we understand that in 17, it's really difficult to say that teenager very consciously choose their university. Usually they supported by parents, and how the parents also created this stereotypes.
Yes, gender works in indirect ways. We know that, yes.
Thank you. And probably, do you have any question? Oh, just 1 second. Well, we have a little bit sophisticated techniques.
Thank you so much, Lena, for not only for your lecture, but also for this response which you gave now, because it's really an interesting point on how women were engaged and involved into the production of knowledge under socialist times. And actually, I remember reading Charles Snow. You probably also know his book, which was translated into Russian and published in USSR, and he became so really kind of
the two cultures
leftist scientist who was very exactly two cultures. And he also mentions in Two Cultures, and the book was published, I think, in the mid of the 50s, that he was struck by the fact how many women were working in sciences in Soviet Union. So this is really an interesting an interesting issue to discuss and to develop. And my question is about, what do you think, what is your opinion on the perspectives of ChatGPT and other applications of artificial intelligence in the university, how it will affect the work of teachers, for instance? Because we also face the same problem in HU, because we realize that students will be using more and more ChatGPT, and we are in the process of discussing what to do about it. And even we are at the stage when a special committee was formed in order to develop the new regulations on diploma writing, and instead of diploma text, the project work is supposed to be like implemented. But what is your opinion on the role or the position of faculty, of teachers in the academia?
Well, this is such a long conversation, but the position of those working in academia is becoming more and more precarious. This is all I can say. Well, there's of course there's this division into temporary positions, and the groups in academia, at least in Western academia, which are called salariate. So I still belong to the salariate, but this is because of my age. I've been in academia long enough. I have tenure. I'm the salariate, but I can see that new people coming into academia, they are hired on these shorter contracts. There's this conversation about tenure being abandoned. And tenure, these are lifetime positions, abandoned in the United States and elsewhere. So this is becoming more precarious, but I still wonder how we are going to integrate, how we are going to exist in academia with ChatGPT, and how this is going to. So I do not have this short, definite answer which I can give right now. Well, this is still very much in the works. This is definitely, of course, we know from experience that new forms of technology have always been there, and Luddites tried to do something about this. Well, we are in this moment again. Well, probably we'll learn to do something about it, but now I'm at a loss.
Thank you for your speech, and I want to ask you about how you can see the perspective division between the productions of presence and meaning. Of course, women specialized in history about production human in the somatic, physical level. In this way, their status were low because men specialize on the productions of meaning. And now we can see the great shift in these two spheres, not only the production of culture industry, entertainment, emotion production, of course, needs another relationship between meaning and presence. And maybe in this way we can see new perspective for women role, and how you can see this perspective.
Women's role in where? Sorry. I did not completely understand.
Gumbert, differentiation between productions of meaning and presence.
Can someone help? So sorry. Well, it's my fault, but okay.
Continue.
Thank you, Elena, for a brilliant keynote lecture, and probably we will have a break till 11:30. And after that, we will return to the first panel that will be dedicated to the educational part and how through the education the gender gap is created. So, and just we have almost half an hour break. Start the first panel, and the first panel is the access code education. Wow, educational opportunity of women in IT. There were 3 panelists, and these 3 panels unify the topic, the educational access in IT and how the gender gaps is created from the very scratch when people choose their profession, the educational path, and so on. And we represent speakers from different countries. And our first speakers, the speaker from Kazakhstan, AIYMZHAN BAITUREYEVA. Her speech, the connection between the level of education of girls and the mentality of the country. And for me personally, it's really interesting that AIYMZHAN presents not only the context of Kazakhstan, but at the same time she has both the academic and practical experience. So she now she makes her PhD in Kazakh National University, but in 2021 she also based online school of mathematical logics for children, and she presents the results, her personal experience, practical experience, and academic experience as well. So we are ready to present AIYMZHAN. AIYMZHAN, you are here?
Hello.
Oh,
Hi
hello.
to everyone. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we hear you perfect.
Thank you. Okay. Can I demonstrate, yes, my presentation? Is it visible?
Lights. Perfectly.
Okay. So hi to everyone again. My name is AIYMZHAN BAITUREYEVA. I'm PhD candidate at Kazakh National University from Almaty city, it's Kazakhstan. And the topic of my presentation is the connection between the level of education of girls and the mentality of the country. I want to start my presentation with a quote from Napoleon. Once he said, "Give me a good mother, and I will give you a good nation." We all understand that any mother will always try to pass on all her knowledge to her child. Therefore, when you educate a girl, you educate a nation, and it's very important. Let's look at why the education of a woman is an important necessity for any country. Reports have shown that educated girls are more confident in themselves, and they are more progressive. They know their rights, and they can protect their rights, which is a very important factor in building a healthy mentality of the people. Also, in the role of a mother, an educated woman will not only give a good education to her child, but also she will better monitor her child's health and treat it in time with modern medicine. And she also will instill the right views on gender roles. The children of educated mothers from childhood are more likely to gain broad outlook. Educated girls make a great contribution to the development of the country's economy and destroy outdated stereotypes in society. Girls with education are most likely to build a career, make contributions to technology, science, culture, and etc. According to recent reports, every $1 invested in the education and protection of the girls' rights in developing countries will pay off and return to the budget as $2.8. And if we can give education to absolutely all girls, it can bring $500 billion annually. So it's very important for economy. Also, successful careers for girls will help break down gender stereotypes that are still strong in many, especially developing countries. Imagine how many talented scientists, astronauts, programmers, artists, and etc. we have lost at home due to the fact that they were once not allowed to study and build their career. There is a statistical index called the Gender Parity Index. It shows how women are involved in education and work. World Bank studies have shown that the higher this index, the higher the family income, which again is a very important factor for the development of the country's economy. Also, we must not forget about the politics. So educated women are more involved in politics, where they can protect women's rights and make the necessary changes to the law, so thereby also developing society. So now let's talk about the obstacles, barriers which women face on their way to education and building their career. So it's still a big problem that girls are not allowed to study in all countries. Thus, since childhood, she has been deprived of the chance to prove herself and gain knowledge, leaving her the only way out, be a housewife or do hard, low-paid work. Also in many countries, there is an imbalance of girls in the field of STEM. So everything is especially set in the developing disadvantaged countries with a lot of problems. So according to investigation, girls in such countries are admitted to knowledge 2.5 times less than boys. And in comparing with girls in developed countries, they generally 90% less. So it's a very big gap. And also COVID has also contributed to this sad statistic. If before the pandemic there were 130 million girls who didn't receive education, so after the pandemic, according to UNESCO data, more than 11 million girls will also not return to school. So after obstacles in gaining knowledge in education, girls meet next barriers, career barriers. Gender inequality is also present here. Often men's salaries are higher than women's, despite the same amount and quality of work. Success and achievements of women are often underestimated. And there is still a stereotype in the field of STEM that men will do a better job. The career growth of women has a glass ceiling, has some limit. And in the Eastern countries, I mean Oriental countries, in addition to this, there is still strong belief that a woman should be inferior to a man, despite her knowledge and achievements. Also here we're moving slowly towards the outdated traditions and that persist in many developing countries and significantly infringe on the rights of women. So they're especially strong in the provinces and villages. There are often cases when parents in villages, yes, in province, they don't even invest to the girls' education because they thought that it's unnecessary. So they considering it pointless. Girls don't receive any support, moral or financial, no any support. And also girls are told that their only role is only to be a wife and mother, to stay at home and to make homework, just homework. Also a big problem is early marriages. They're very common in provinces, and according to recent reports, more than 41,000 girls under the age of 18 are married daily. Do you imagine this catastrophic data? So what needs to be done to change this? I propose to hold a lot of meetings, presentations, and campaigns to attract girls to education. At these meetings, we should share a lot of stories of successful women about scientists, engineers, astronauts, and etc., and to show them as a good example. Also, the very important point is provide grants and scholarships for the education of girls, and show that girls what heights women can achieve thanks to their knowledge. So I hope that this will inspire the girls and also their parents to give her education. So the problem with provinces, how we can solve it? It's important to create programs to provide affordable education for girls in the villages, because in many situations, some parents in provinces, they can't give the education for their children, despite if they want to do it. And to provide the necessary equipment, textbooks, and good access to the internet, call on influential and wealthy people of the country to invest to the education of children from the regions, because it's very important for the future. In conclusion, I can reiterate that that education of girls plays an important role in building a healthy society. So we should give to this very, very big attention. And finally, I want to talk about sports phenomenon that shows human psychology well. So as soon as one athlete beats any previously unattainable record, the rest of the athletes begin to achieve the same results with ease, despite of if previously it was harder for them. Because it's always easy for us psychologically to repeat something if it has already been done by someone. And at the same time, if we don't have an example of a person who has already done this, it seems impossible to us. So I'm sure that every participant of this conference makes a great contribution to gender equality, especially in the field of STEM. So what I want to say, let's grow ourselves and let's be a good example for many, many girls, inspire them to set ambitious goals and develop, to show them how what heights they can achieve also. So this is the end of my presentation. So I wish you all great heights in your careers. And I hope that with small steps, step by step, we can build a healthy society in all countries. So thank you for your attention. Thank you. So do you have some questions?
Do you hear me?
Yes, now yes.
Oh, just 1 second. Something goes wrong with microphone. Do you hear me now?
Yes, now
Great.
everything is okay.
Imran, thank you very much for your presentation. I know that you
sound is off now.
And now?
Now it's okay. Yes,
okay.
yes.
Imran, thank you very much for your presentation, and I know that you should leave us. You cannot stay at the end of this panel, and that's why probably if you have any question, you can ask right now. I have one question because for me it's really interesting that you have academic both academic and practical experience in STEM education in Kazakhstan, and probably you can talk a little bit more about the Kazakhstan context that you face in according of gender inequality in IT.
So in Kazakhstan, in large cities, yes, there is no big problem, unfortunately, because all girls from large cities, they can equally gain education. All girls from big cities, they gain good education, and also they can build a good career. Big problem is in our provinces. So it's very big problem because a lot of parents, they don't give good education for the girls. But a lot of also problems, it's also occurred in even in large cities. It's about the career building. So it's a lot of stereotypes that boys, they're better in STEM. Yes, they're more they're more clever and etc. And also our Kazakh mentality, yes, it's Oriental mentality, and all people. There is very common stereotype that men are higher than women. So that's why when even during the study, some teachers can automatically give boys more higher marks than for girls, even if the girls make the same efforts and the same job. And also the interesting thing, which I saw in the university, that even in the IT specialties, yes, in computer science, in informational systems, and etc., in groups, there are more girls students than boys. And I think that it's because in our society, boys, they shouldn't make big efforts to be, how to say, to be approved by the society that they're, how to say, they have some social high level, yes. But girls, they should make much more. So that's why, because of these stereotypes, our girls, they're very ambitious. They're very clever. They try a lot. They're very multitasking. So that's why, how to say, these stereotypes helps us, our girls, to develop much more faster than boys. But the lack of education for girls in the villages, in the provinces, it's a very big problem in our country.
Thank you so. Wow, thank you so much. Maybe someone else have any question to AIYMZHAN? AIYMZHAN. Okay, thank you for your presentation, and I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, MARINA MENTUSOVA, who will be present her research titled "Women on Belarus on the Way to IT: Myths, Fears, and Obstacles." Marina's presentation will focus on the result of her quantity research conducted among women who hesitate to enter the world of the IT industry. And I would also like to highlight that Marina has received a research grant from our project Women in Tech project, and this is the part. This presentation is partly. It's a small part of her big research that connected to the how in the Belarusian society the myths and barriers are created, not only for women who wanted to start her career, but also who involves in IT. Marina is a co-founder and CEO of Gender Equality Management, and so maybe you can start. Marina, do you hear us?
Yeah, thank you a
great.
lot. So I'm glad to welcome all participants, speakers, and guests of the conference. My name is Marina Mentusova. I am Gender Studies Master student and at AHU, a Women in Tech Fellow and a gender researcher. Today, I will share with you the results of my master's work and the research that I conducted while studying the topic of gender inequality in the IT sector of Belarus. Why is it important for me to talk about gender equality in the workplace and even more so gender equality in IT? I chose the IT sphere because it has 3-4 times more men than women worldwide, including Belarus. IT falls into larger categories, STEM industries, or a model that combines the natural sciences and engineering subjects into a single system in which there is an obvious gender imbalance, but the tech and high-tech industry shows the least growth towards gender equality among other STEM industries. The STEM industry, and in particular the IT sector, seems to me to be a guarantor of freedom of movement and basic financial security for women, which paves the way for physical security, independence from state repression or domestic violence. This is especially true for women from Belarus who have faced an unprecedented level of repression for their country, the scale of immigration, and a large wave of domestic violence due to the liquidation of almost all non-government organizations that protect women from domestic violence. Gender inequality in IT starts early in education and continues in the labor market. Despite research showing that gender-balanced teams are more effective and diverse management leads to greater profits, women are still underrepresented in IT profession, even with equal access to education guaranteed by legislation, and gender pay persist. This paradox aroused my research interest, and together with the Women in Tech project team, we conducted several important studies, the result and observation of which I want to share with you. Many Belarusians have the feeling or stereotype that IT is one of the most equal professional fields. And in order to discuss with employers and offer a solution to the problem, we first had to prove its existence. For this purpose, we conducted a first quantitative study in which 233 female respondents from Belarus took part, who want to try themselves in the field of IT, but for some reason do not dare. The results of the first study were disappointed and confirmed our hypothesis that the IT sphere is equal for women and men only in myths and stereotypes. The vast majority of the women we interviewed experienced various forms of sexism and gender segregation. Starting from the school period, girls face inappropriate remarks that limit their professional potential. Boys are mathematicians, girls are humanities. This is not for the female mind. Women's business to get married and give birth. Such seemingly innocent comments greatly affects girls' self-esteem and prevent them from even imagine an alternative choice. After conducted a quantitative study among women from Belarus who want to try IT but do not dare, it was logical to ask women already working in the IT sector, did they really face similar obstacles or fears on their way to the IT industry? Then we decided to conduct a qualitative study that studied the emotional component of their work in the IT sector, as well as the tools that helped them break through and consolidate in the still dominantly male workplace. I spoke with 23 female respondents from Belarus who already working in the IT industry. And in order to minimize the subjectivity of the results of my study, I applied quantitative methods in a qualitative study. I identified codes usually named by the respondents themselves and counted the frequency of the mentions. Further, I tried to give a sociological assessment of the phenomenon I saw based on the theoretical works of many authors such as Zimmerman, Hochschild, Sarakmet, Connell, and etc. And the study highlights that gender inequality and discrimination in the field of IT persist, even though many respondents deny there is a problem. These same respondents face obstacles such as unequal pay, limited career opportunities, stereotypes, and harassment, but consider it normal. Women often internalize gender stereotype and may not even recognize the oppression they face. Despite assimilation, many women still feel lonely in the workplace and cannot freely express themselves, including their emotions. Raising awareness of domestic oppression and combating gender stereotypes and prejudice is critical to creating a more just an inclusive workplace. This is a small spoiler of the results of the study. You are one of the first to hear them publicly. The full results of the study will soon be published on the Women in Tech website. But what I want to tell you now, the IT sector is one of the most male-dominated industries in the world, with women making up only a small percentage of the workforce. However, women in the IT sector have been able to resist gender discrimination and harassment in a variety of ways, and their tactics provide valuable insights into how women can navigate male-dominated industries. One of the most effective tactics used by women in the IT sector is to form alliances with other women and support each other. By building connection with other women, women in the IT sector can create a sense of solidarity and support that can help them navigate the challenges they face. Another tactic used by women in the IT sector is to challenge gender stereotypes and biases by excelling in their work. These tactics not only helps individual women gain recognition and respect, but it can also help to break down gender stereotypes and biases that hinder women's progress in the IT sector. Women in the IT sector have also used legal and institutional means to resist discrimination and harassment. Finally, women in the IT sector have used social media and online platforms to amplify their voices and advocate for change. Despite these examples, it's observed that women frequently adopt strategies of resistance commonly referred to as assimilation when they conform to the prevailing rules and norms of the IT industry, thereby perpetuating the same misogynistic attitudes exhibited by numerous male colleagues. By seeking to navigate a male-dominated environment, women can internalize social expectation and tailor their behavior to the prevailing male norms. This adaptive response can be viewed as a survival strategy aimed at gaining recognition and professional growth within existing power structures. It's reasonable that we'd like to see more resistance tactics like women supporting each other, building networks of resistance and defending their rights. However, resistance requires resources, which women in the IT industry have big problem with. We'll start together with the United Nations Population Fund and UNICEF have calculated that women in Belarus spend 4 years on cooking in their family and men 8 months in their entire lives. This means that women in Belarus simply have less time for overtime, business trips, and extra curricular work, which is a norm in the IT sector. This underscores the need for a comprehensive approach that addresses the root causes of gender inequality challenges, systematic biases, and fosters inclusive environments that encourage women's authentic participation without compromising their dignity and self-worth. The issue of women's participation in technical disciplines is complex and multifaceted and cannot be attributed to any one factors. Despite the fact that the IT sector is considered promising and highly paid, women are more likely to occupy auxiliary of service roles in the field. The few women who manage to achieve career success rarely support other women in this sphere, often subjecting themselves to a toxic masculine environment and ignoring issues of gender inequality in IT, thereby reinforcing the existing inequality. The issue of gender inequality in the field of informational technology highlight that the oppressed are not always aware of their own oppression. Despite numerous barriers and stereotypes in the workplace, women often reinforce gender stereotypes and learn to navigate rather than challenge existing patriarchal rules of the game. One reason for these tactics is that gender stereotypes are deeply ingrained in our culture and can be difficult to recognize or challenge. Women in IT may not even realize that they are being oppressed because they have internalized the belief that men are simply more suited to the field, or that women should prioritize family over career. In addition, fear of punishment for violating gender norms and biases can further discourage women from speaking up or taking action to advance gender equality in the workplace. Role models could help, but a significant number of women currently working in the IT industry are reluctant to take on the role of role models or thought leaders, primarily due to fears of increased attention and criticism direct at their personal life, professional efforts, and appearance, due to widespread gender stereotyping. They face heightened expectation and criticism of their appearance during public events, rather than what they actually say. Addressing this challenge requires multi-faced action that challenges gender stereotypes, provides support and resources for women in IT, and promotes cultural and social change that values women's contribution to the STEM professions. But first, we need to not only recognize the issue of gender inequality in IT, but also recognize that there is no one simple solution to solve a structural and complex problem, and start more research and creation of solutions that take into account many features and the characteristics of the region. That's all. Thank you.
Marina, thank you so much for your presentation, and we have several questions for you to you. So the first one is,
Marina, thank you very much. So you have a section in your tactics of resistance, the section, the last one, which called assimilation. May you talk more about this? And the second sub-question, actually, is there internalized misogyny an issue for Belarusian IT? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. How I mentioned earlier, however, resistance requires resources which women in the IT industry have a big problem with, and Bill Stat and these statistics about second shift, unpaid shift. The women's just not have a lot of time, a lot of free time for many for more difficult strategies, for more maybe for more smart tactics, and which need from women a lot of times for start, and they just don't have these times. And assimilation in our issue, in our study, looks like the women in IT sphere just trying to be like men in sphere, because men have a good paid jobs, have big career opportunities, more, have a lot of career opportunities for international career, have a lot of time for more work and more travel and more conference, so etc. And women just watch them, just see the situation, and maybe trying to be just like men, because this it's look like a good tactic in this sphere. And a second question, sorry, could you repeat, please?
Is there internalized misogyny an issue for Belarusian IT?
Okay, thank you. A few weeks ago, I defended my master's thesis, in which I paid great attention to the relationship between the characteristics of the region, cultural myth, and the legacy of the USSR, with the problem of gender inequality in STEM. There I noted that the legacy of the USSR was great, but due to the hostile approach to the introduction of gender mainstreaming, only superficial problems were solved, such as access to education or paid work, but gender stereotypes were not eliminated, which, along with rights, reminded women of the duties of being a mother and wife. Of course, this significantly influenced the fact that the leaders of the post-Soviet countries turned into outsiders as gender-related. So women's misogynistic tactics persist in almost post-Soviet countries. Therefore, because we right now we working with a problem, but not with I'm sorry, I forgot the word. We started to solve the problem, but not a structural problem, just a part of problem, like gender pay gap or something like that, but not a structural problem like gender stereotypes in our society. So yes, internalized misogynistic persist in Belarusian society. Yeah.
Thank you. And I also have a small question. I remember that your research has 2 chapters. You made quantity research about newcomers, women who would like to start to work in IT sector and to understand the stereotypes and barrier that they face too. And the second part, it was the quality chapter. It was a series of interview with women who has already worked in IT, and you also find the stereotypes that they should to deal with, and maybe do you compare these stereotypes and barriers between newcomers on the one hand and women who are in IT? Are they difference or not?
Could you repeat first question about my first study?
So when you I have only one question. When you you had two chapters of your research, the first chapter that connected to newcomers, people who would like to start work in IT, and the interview, and the second chapter is an interview with women who has already worked in IT. And in both situations, we talked a lot about stereotypes that women forced to in this position. Do you compare this number of stereotypes? Are they much in common, or they're completely different between these two groups, newcomers and people and women who has already worked?
No, this is a similar stereotypes. It's about natural and not natural women's and men profession and jobs, like women more suitable for supporting works, for care. It's like HR, human resources in company, or maybe some management, but not a well-paid profession like in IT sphere. And biggest problem in these stereotypes, it's employers in post-Soviet countries most often simply ignore this problem and didn't see these stereotypes, but they translate these stereotypes. Like when you go to work interview, you often can hear some question. So are you wanna married, or when are you wanna give birth? And this not ethic question, but it's still norm in Belarus society. And this marks for us, this show us what gender stereotypes persist in a society. And employers are deeply convinced that there is no problem at all. And after all, they provide women with equal opportunities. And I hope my work helps to understand that this is not enough.
Thank you so much. And maybe someone else would like. Oh, so.
Thank you for your speech, and I want to ask, in the slide of fears, you have position lack of balance. Can you more in detail stop on this right, please?
I'm sorry, I tried to find my slide.
Lack of balance. It's easy to understand.
It's about second shift. It's about it's about normal for IT industry, a lot of work and extra work, and it's like it's a big problem for not only female but and male employers, but for women in Belarus, it's the biggest problem, because they like should make have second shift, unpaid shift in their home, and a normal of work-life imbalance in sphere make for women take a less of opportunities in this field. So they really care about this imbalance, because they understand about that it's not about the women not good for the job, but they understand they're just like rules in this sphere. You should have a lot of work, many more like unpaid work, and this some step for your career's growth. Yeah, like something like that.
Mm-hmm. And just one comment about your about your speech. I remember, because I read the first and the second part of your research, and for me it was interesting that the majority of women who has already worked in IT, and as Marina told that in IT sphere, especially in the post-Soviet countries, there is no any work-life balance, and of course women who has a lot of service job besides their work. Yes, duties, yes, because it's totally unpaid. And on the one hand, and on the other hand, because the IT sphere recognized the very well paid and a little bit privileged, and we are we very often, a lot of women, not only women, people say that because of the very innovative sphere, it should be not like innovative in technological point of view, but also through the relationship. It means that we work with innovation and we don't have any discrimination. Oh, it sounds like a poetry. But to tell the truth, it doesn't happen. And through the interview, I was so impressed that so many women describe the discriminations, but they are not recognized as a discrimination. They said that we don't have any discrimination, we don't have any problem, but when they started to describe their duties, their relationship inside the team, they obviously told about discrimination situation. It's a pity. It's really difficult to say that we have discrimination, and maybe it's also connected to lose privileges and something else. Marina, thank you so much, and we continue. The next topic is also the next speakers, also very, very connected to the. Probably we have comments on Zoom.
Yeah, can we ask one question, Marina?
Of course. We have opportunity to ask not only on site, but also everybody who involved online.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, first of all. Marina, can you tell us more about your sample? For example, what's their mean age, what's their work experience they have, because it can influence on the answers.
Thank you for the question, Alexander. So first, for first study, it's women who want to try themselves in IT fields. And second part, a qualitative study, it's women who are already working. And simple, this women from Belarus, 25 or, years old, and who it's that's the main part. But after interview, I understand that maybe for next studies we should make this simple, maybe more not simple, but more focused in the, some work experience and some profession in the IT industry, because I have interviewed with women in human resources job and some high-tech quality, high-tech profession in IT, like maybe engineer. And this is a big big difference with these two women, because they have actually a different way in the in IT sphere, and women who work in supporting stuff like human resources, they say, we don't see any problem actually. IT, it's okay. It's future work, yeah, and the women from like engineering profession say, yeah, we have a lot of problems. We have a gender pay gap. We have a lot of gender stereotypes, and etc., etc. And for further studies, for further research, I hope we will make a maybe more focused in women in engineering profession in the IT sector. Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably I remember there another criteria is probably up 2 years in IT sphere. Yes, the experience. So it was more or less people who are has experience more than 2 years in IT. Super. And I think that our next presentation very close to the previous, because they also connected to the research of gender stereotypes in educational sphere. And we have a number of researchers. Victoria Lavrenyuk, I know she's unfortunately not with us. Tatiana Mayberod and Alexander Kravchenko, who will be presenting their research on the topic influence of parents' gender stereotypes on girls' career choices and the gender gap in STEM. And throughout various educational level, they present gender gaps in STEM fields. And for me personally, it's really interesting that this group of researchers investigated how parents' gender stereotypes and their perceptions about career choices for girls and boys impact the girls' decision to pursue a STEM specialty at the university level. So, and it's really important that their research was taken in 2021. And they from parents and their children enrolled in Belarusian universities. So nice to present Alexander and Tatiana. Hello. And we see your slides perfect.
Thank you, Tatiana. Okay, Tatiana has some technical issues. That's why I will start. Okay, we want to present our research on the topic how parents' gender stereotypes influence on girls' career choice and gender gap. We are from Center Behavioral Economics in Belarus, Mimic Ramakra. And first of all, just some words about situation with gender gap in Belarus. If we look at the statistic, in Belarus has not so bad place with the rank global gender gap report. It's 36, and if we see in the economic, it's also 4th. But the major problem, this index, it's not include all information about how much money have women in the same professional and where they work. For example, we know that we have gender pay gap, and the situation go worse because now it's almost 28%, and every ruble earned by men and women earns just 71 and 9%. And also what we know is that in the same sphere, how Marina said earlier, for example, in IT, there are very big sometimes gender gap between specialists. One of the reasons, as we think, it's a lot of reasons. It's a very hard topic, but one of the reasons it's the profession what they choose, and we can see it also in education. For example, just 15% of female choose the STEM specialties. For example, from all men who go to study, 57% choose them. And as opposite, as we can see, for social protection, for humanities, pedagogy, environmental sciences, we have more women than men in this specialty. That's why maybe when they choose career to study, and after that they choose career to work, maybe it's one of the problems of gender gap, what we can see. What we do?
If you want, I can. I crashed. My computer crashed, and because of that, I couldn't start. Sorry, technical problems in university.
Okay.
I can. It was my part to present, so I'm sorry. We conducted our research in 2021, and we decided to ask students and their parents about some gender stereotypes in school subjects, in choosing career paths, career specialties, and so on. So our student sample was 200 students. This is first year students, all of them studying economics. And we decided that we also need to survey their parents because sometimes we wanted to check the hypothesis that parents influence very much the choice of career, the specialty, and so on. So because of that, we had a parent sample of the students, around half of them female, half male, average age 45 years, and most of them have technical and natural science education, 58%. And the structure of this sample is very similar to average Belarus sample in case of average age, average Belarusian citizen about 43, and also area of living in the capital, usually about 20% of people living, and another 80 in the regional centers or villages, and so on. So if we are talking about parental opinion, it's really matter for students. We ask them who influenced your choice of career and how strongly influenced. So as you can see from this graph, mothers and fathers are very important for especially female students. They indicated that 76% of these students indicated that parents played a very major role in choosing career. As you can see, all other relatives or, for example, teachers, students, not so influenced, not so much their choice. So because of that, we think that it's very important to study what parents think, not only students or pupils, for example, in schools, but also how strong stereotypes, gender stereotypes of parents. So next slide, please.
Yeah. And what we want to do, it's not just catch gender gap in quality, but just but in a quantitative way, because in this way we can compare it between different respondents, and also we can use some statistical tool to research it more deeper. And what we decide to do, we ask our respondents, what do you think, who is more successful in school subject, and give them 3 variants. It's girls, boys, or the same. We choose 11 school subjects. It's the most popular subject. Some of them from STEM, some of them from humanitarian, and we also add physical education. And what we do next, we codificate their answer by 0 and by 1, depending what they answered. If 0, if the answer is that both gender are equal success in the subject, and 1 if one gender is chosen. After that, we can calculate sum for all respondents and independent for each of them. And we have index that the range from 0 to 11, where there is that all subject is gender neutrality for this respondent, and 11 that he chose of all subjects that one of the gender is more successful. It can be different gender, but one of them is more successful. Yeah. What's the result we have? Average parent score 98. And as you can see, the student score is 46. What does this mean? That almost most of the respondents choose more than 6 subjects that they are not gender neutrality. And it's that say for us that they have this gender bias. And as you can see, for example, like physics, more than 80% of our respondents says that it's not gender neutrality. The same with literature. In our ideal world, all school subjects must be gender neutrality. It's not depend on the gender of the people who study. You can be successful independent of that. What not tell us this index, it's who they chose, who they chosen, or what the gender they chose. For example, if half of our sample choose the physics that is not gender neutrality, but choose the girl that is more successful than the man, and other half choose the man successful and not the girl. That's why in the average we have gender neutrality in this, because one of them thinks that girl more successful, other parts think other way. And that's why what we do to try to catch this gender biases, we recodificate our answers and put -1 if the answer was that men more successful on subject, and 1 if the answer was that females are more successful in the subject. Now we couldn't calculate sum for each respondents, but we can ever find index for every subject for our sample. We call it girl bias index, and it can be from -1 till 1. -1 will mean that all 100% of respondents choose this subject like not gender neutrality and choose that men more successful on it, and 1 is other way for girl. What we can see now is this result. The blue horizontal line means that the subject is gender neutrality, but also below the line, it means that a respondent choose this subject is like more successful boys than girls. And as you can see, some subject more far away from this line, that means that more people choose this subject like more for boys. All the below this line, above this line, it's for girls. For example, literature, native language, more respondents choose like the girls more successful in this subject, and for boys, it's computer science, physics, and math. Some of the subject is gender neutrality or almost gender neutrality, like history, social science, and chemistry. What we can do with this data? First of all, what we're interested in is how this result correlated with parents and children answers. And what we found that it's positive statistically significant influence from the parents' gender neutrality index on the same index for the student, for their own child. And another way what we try to do, it's to find this group of people who is more gender biases than others. But we didn't find a statistically significant correlation between any of social or economic indicators. But okay, well, we can say that it's a problem about education, not about the career. That's why we ask 2 independent questions for our respondents about abstract man and girl and boy who finish school with great results, with gold medal, and can choose any career what they want. But they couldn't decide what to choose, and we ask our respondents, please advise them 2 professions. And it was open question. We ask the same to the students. We use abstract boy and girl because we don't want to in a situation where the answers influenced by some of characteristics of their own children or their own children preferences. That's why we can clear the answers from this. What we can see, I must say that in this result, we excluded medicine from STEM. I will explain later why it's happened. As you can see, that % of response who offered STEM major, for boys, it's more often they prefer STEM major than for girls. Even if they don't know any further information about girls and boys, they just decide that boys is more preferred the STEM major. On this slide, you can see how which occupation choose more often for girls and for boys. For example, like for programmer, we subtract answers who choose programmer from boys from this one who choose from girls. That's why it's the white of these columns show how more people choose programmer for boys, for example, for engineer for boys, and how more choose for economist for girls and designer for girls. As we can see, we saw gender bias in what care they advise to abstract children. If we have this data, we try to check some our hypotheses. For example, we think that mother will be more likely to choose STEM specialties for girls, but we couldn't find any significant significant statistical significant results that can say yes for this. No, also we think that regions will be less likely to propose STEM specialties for girls. Also, no. We just find evidence for two our hypotheses, but with some additional words. For example, we think that people with higher education will be more likely to choose STEM specialty than these people who have less than higher education. And we find, yes, we find correlation, but only for girls, but not for boys. And what's also interesting, we couldn't find that older parents will be less likely to choose STEM specialties for girls. We think it will be like some stereotypes, but no, there is no any correlation with some evidence for parents with secondary specialized education, and that's all. And what's the result, Tatiana?
Yeah, so we want to sum up our research that we can clearly see that among parents and students of Republic of Belarus, some gender stereotypes in two spheres that we researched. First, in the idea that boys and girls can be better at certain school subjects, and usually parents think and students also think that boys are more talented in STEM subjects and do better. And second of all, in choosing profession specialties, also there are gender biases, and mostly for boys, people advise to select some STEM profession. And we wanted to note that we couldn't find any significant correlation between social economic characteristics like gender, area of living, age of parents, and gender biases. So probably they are widespread among every group of society. So there are no special groups that we can address specifically. And we think as behavioral economists, because we are leaders of Center of Behavioral Economics, we are interested what kind of nudges we can propose, for example, to promote STEM specialties among girls. And we think that these nudges should include parents also, because they play a very important role in selecting profession. So next slide. After this preliminary research, we continued our research for United Nations Development Program in Belarus and made a report of behavioral approaches to increase attractiveness of STEM education among school-age girls and their parents, because of course, first-year students of economics are not target group, because it's a little bit too late to address the biases. They already selected some paths, and it's better to work with maybe middle school pupils or high school students, and also to work with their parents, of course. And if you have any comments or questions, maybe want to propose some kind of collaboration, you can contact us, our center. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tatiana and Alexander, for your brilliant research. For me personally, it was super interesting, and I all the time forget that usually Belarusian teenager started to study at the university after the school, and how parents influences on their decision. because in 17 nobody knows how words really looks like, and for me personally, one number was really interesting, that the parents with less education than high education prefer not to choose the STEM career for girl. And for me, it's a little bit also correlated somehow to the social economical situation, no?
Yes, it's. We think that it's one of the reason why they choose. Maybe they have these gender biases, but they saw that sometimes in STEM they can take more money, have more salaries. But it's interesting that they not propose it for girls and think sometimes that it's not for them. Why? We need to describe more the research.
And I also would like to ask: did you make changes between parents from different cities and the villages? For example, the behavior between parents from I don't know, regions and Minsk, or they haven't or not?
Yeah, we separate our sample for the parents from Minsk and for the capital, Belarus, and from region or else from the cities, but regional, and from village. But we couldn't find any statistically significant correlation between this parameter and any of the gender biases. That's why we thought that it's, for our interpretation, it's a problem, because it's a problem for society. We couldn't find one group who has great big one gender stereotype with whom we must work. We must work with all society. It's like look like that. It's not like some people who is just retranslate the gender biases. No, it's all in society, as we understand from our research.
Someone else except me also have a question, Almira.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really interesting. I would like to ask also about some figures in your presentation and on your interpretation as well. There was a slide, does parental opinion matter? And I was really struck by the first line, that mother's opinion matters for children in 50% or 50 and 0.3% of cases. But then also there was a comment that among the female students, 76 indicated strong influence of parents. So here's a question. First of all, how do, what is this figure of 50% of influence of mothers? Does it relate both to female and male students? And what was the percentage of female and male students in your sample? And then the third question is indeed, how do you explain this? Because obviously this may have different reasons why a mother's opinion is so important.
Maybe I can answer the question if I remember correctly. The sample, student sample, is a little bit not so good. How to say, distribution, because mostly it consisted of female students. So 150 from 200 students are female. This is just specific of our university, our specialties and so on. And we decided that we will here show the statistic of parents' influence only for female students, because it's main subject of our survey of this presentation. And I'm sorry, don't remember the numbers for male students, but I suppose it's close, and mothers still will play a more important role in selection. Probably it's connected to my suggestion that it's connected with closer relationship, yes, with mothers. Alexander?
Yeah, I also don't remember actual numbers, but we see almost the same situation for to catch how gender inequality, gender neutrality index connect to the same gender of parents, and we couldn't find it. We saw that woman may be mother may be influenced more than man. Why it's happened? As a researcher, we couldn't say one answer, but we can say just our proposal why our hypothesis why it's happened, but no, we have no evidence to say that it's like work like this.
Thank you so much. And maybe someone else also had a question? Okay, thank you for your brilliant presentation. And I think that it's really interesting to understand this correlation. And yeah, thank you so much. And I'm really happy to hear that you will continue their research. It's really important.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, do you have a question? Okay. And now we have a break till 2 p.m. We have opportunity to have a lunch. Katya, could you show where we have a lunch? Okay. So till 2 p.m. and after that we will return and continue our panels. We are ready. What happened? We are ready to start. So we start out the second panel, career and labor market, and I'm delighted to introduce the next speaker, Anastasia Termachova, PhD in philosophy and is an associate professor at the Department of Aesthetic and Cultural Studies at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, Ukraine, who will be presenting on the topic gender aspect in IT, the Ukrainian dimension. Oh my God, this makes me crazy. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Something goes wrong with our
Maybe
presentation.
Yes, no.
But no one see that. This is
Okay.
forward. This is back.
Yeah,
But we don't have the. How to do it?
Let me help. So, just a second.
Share.
And then choose this one. Okay, sure. Yeah, everything is okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Just 1 second. No.
Maybe I can do in computer.
And how to switch the slides?
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm very happy to be these days in Vilnius because it's very important to me and for my colleagues from Ukraine to feel myself alive and ready to speak without any weapons and rockets that fly under our heads. And I want to talk about gender aspects in IT in Ukraine, and my speech will consist of 2 parts. The first part is about digital sphere in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have Project DIA. It started in 2019 in September when the Ministry of Digital Transformation was appeared in Ukraine. Minister of Digital Transformation was very young man, Mikhail Fedorov. He wanted to change fields that was full of bureaucratic in Ukraine. And the project DIA was so good that in this year, in 2023, Estonia have their own project, MREAG, that's based on DIA platform. This project named Digital State, українською це держава в смартфоні. It means that all benches, electronic governments, cybersecurity, electronic democracy, business, and healthcare, and education, and transport system, and smart cities will be more interesting, more simple for all users. And how it was realized in Ukraine. Application DIA, mobile application, had modern, most important documents, passport of Ukraine, and and in other documents. I don't want to put it on the slide, but you can see that it's very simple to have your documents in your phone. And Ukraine became the first country in the world where a digital passport had the same validity as a paper or plastic counterpart. In DIA, Ukrainians use 5 million ID cards.
12 million foreign passports and 7 million driver license in the application. Ukraine is the first in Europe country which have a digital driver's license. Drivers can pay fines in a few clicks or share a car to relatives or to friends. So that is why technical passport appears in India too. And among the most popular services for users is the registration of companies in India portal. This is the fastest business registration in the world. In 2 minutes with a digital passport and a signature in India, you can become an owner of your own business without leaving your home. This is application Kyiv Digital, Kyiv Цифровий. It have name Mist of Kisheni, your city in the pocket. It have many abilities from the left to the right. The first one is shown alarm attack in Ukraine. I can show you. It's time when it starts and it's time when it finishes. This is here ticket that you can buy for your trip in a bus, in train, or in a metro. It's not interesting, it's bureaucratic ability to come to some offices in the time when you want. And this one is about ability to change the names of some streets or squares or maybe districts in a town, and you can avoid like on the click on this one. And this is map of our shelters here. Thank you. It's made of shelters in Kyiv, and you can see there are many shelters, but now not it's not translate, because you can see there are many shelters, but in some of them maybe 2 or 5 people can. And it's very bad for us. The next one project was School, Єдина школа. Its ability to parents and for children and for teachers to communicate. You can see in the mark, Ukrainian language, Ukrainian literature, English, science, English. It's that people can learn on June 2023. The time of these lessons, the mark of period that what we have to do. And that is marks of people that they education and their parents too. The next one, it was project All Ukrainian School Online. It's began in 2020 when the COVID begins a pandemic, and all Ministry of Transformation, Ministry of Education wanted to create something which helped people to receive their lessons, their some tests for who learn in 5th, 11th classes. And this one is example of video. I think it's не покажет, короче. Так, this one is application for health. Me, you can find clinics, medicine, or doctors in your home. You can find a doctor and a time when you can. And this one is vaccination, COVID-19, that you can no, sign out, yes, on this vaccination. And the second part is about a woman in IT in Ukraine, and the purple color is woman. And is about men in Ukraine. How you can see, it's a percent of women who works in IT since 2011 to 2020. It grows, more women start to work in IT since these 10 years. This graphic show the works, type of work in field of IT that this woman can do. The most women work in non-technical places, non-technical field. On the second, it's business analytic, next designer, project manager, QA, top manager, CA, and sysadmin is a type of work that is consists of mostly in men field. The next, it's a dynamic of women's work in various positions, non-technical position, and you can see that this show us these differences, which was in 5 years and 5 years. Next one, it's not interesting. And it was the graphic that shows why you're looking for a new job. The most want to change work because they don't want to do what they do. The second, that they want good, more abilities in work. They next one, they lost the job. Therefore, they want more pay for their work, and on the 5, they had changed the place of their living. This one, it's not interesting. It's type of company. The first one, it's production, some vegetables, maybe fruits, maybe something like wine and another, and it's the first position. Next one is outsourcing, freelance, it's on the lower table. Did you find a job after 24 February 2022? Yes, the 62% of IT specialists find the work in Ukrainian companies. And you can see 12% find the job abroad, and 8% find a job in Ukraine and abroad, and 7% don't find a job in this time. And it's a salary satisfaction. It's very interesting. In this graphic, you can see the woman is high and the man is low. And in this graphic, we can see how they long work in this IT sphere. 1, 2, 3 years, or 3, 5 years, or more than 5 years. And we can see that women without work in IT, they have more salary satisfaction than in who works more than 5 years. And this is percent of salary in IT in Ukraine in dollar. The woman is purple, yes, and man is green. How you can see in men have more salary in IT, and it's very bad for this time, because we understand that these gender stereotypes, they work in Ukraine, and we have to change it. There's this difference in salary level that demonstrate the type of work. Senior SES software engineer, a junior software engineer, project manager, designer, marketing, sales manager, and support. This slide shows us a company, EPAM, this American company that work in Ukraine, and it's work with testing products, digital product, and EPAM have many projects for students, trainings which want to work in IT. It's EPAM teachers internship, IT fundamental self-pacing online, Java, and another. And we can see many messages in different nets, not nets, in Telegram, in Viber, in Messenger. This one was from Telegram, when you can see the ability to take part in IT sphere if you're not working in the yearly, yeah, thank you. It's web designer, it's project testing and analyst, and you can see a phone number and another. How you can see, we have many problems in Ukraine, NIT problems, and gender aspects. It's one of them. It's not our greatest problem compared to other areas of professional activity, where almost half of Ukrainians lost their job, especially in the first months of the war. Job losses in the IT amount to only 6%. And Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, in the direction of simplifying documents flow, providing services and references, created opportunities for paying for various services, create many abilities for women too. Because this transformation, which started in 2019, create many abilities, many, they simplified our life, and it's very simple to do what you want. To go to doctor, to see what became in the world and Ukraine too. And it's interesting for analyzing. And thank you.
One.
Digital information is very difficult to have statistics about Ukraine and society in your situation, and how you can explain this digital representation, this digital interpretation for their turning on the own situation. Can you take it and or some influence, some captions in
It's important because we understand that in Europe it's another situation. We maybe Я відповілю, давайте по-русски лучше отвечу, да, вот мне просто очень хочется, чтобы мне точно все поняли. То есть после того, как много украинцев выехали за границу, мы поняли, что наши ожидания от Европы, они были немножечко где-то превышены, потому что много сервисов, которые возникли в Украине на протяжении 5 лет, они совершенно отличаются от того, как это есть в Европе. То есть для нас абсолютно нормально зайти в телефон, найти на сегодня свободное время к врачу, записать туда ребенка и быстренько, схватив его, побежать в поликлинику. Для нас абсолютно нормально записаться на вакцинацию, если там окно есть буквально на сегодня, ну просто нужно проехать в другой район. Точно так же, то есть в смартфоне мы сейчас видим просто все. То есть у нас кроме ДИ, где действительно, когда раньше вас просили, например, показать там какой-нибудь идентификационный код, паспорт и так далее, нам вот раньше было проблемно, да, то есть сейчас у нас в связи с войной даже сделали такой Е-документ, который содержит основную информацию про, собственно говоря, гражданина Украины, да, то есть карта платників податків, в самой ДИ есть информация о вакцинации, в ней есть вот загранпаспорт, посвідчення водія у меня, свидетельство про регистрацию транспортного засоба, свидетельство про рождение ребенка. То есть если у тебя, ну не дай бог с тобой что-то случилось, но остался твой телефон, по нему можно узнать все, то есть о тех, кто находится рядом с тобой и так далее. Во-вторых, то есть у нас появилось множество приложений, которые я уже потом вот забыла включить в презентацию, которые касаются непосредственно войны. То есть у нас есть теперь приложение «Тревога», да, которое сообщает нам о том, что происходит, собственно говоря, в разных регионах Украины. Если вы находитесь, у вас стоит геолокация в телефоне, то как только вы переезжаете, например, там, из Киевской области в Житомирскую, не дай бог там тревога, у вас сразу начинает отключать телефон. Ну, я, пожалуй, не буду показывать, как оно звучит, да, но это прекрасный звук, мы все к нему привыкли. У нас есть другие приложения, которые касаются сообщение о том, что вы видите. То есть, если срабатывает тревога, и вы видите, что летит какой-то объект, у нас есть приложение, называется ЕППО. Я даже сейчас его покажу. Вот так оно выглядит. То есть, при помощи этого приложения мы можем отметить, летит ли ракета, беспилотник, самолет, коптер, вертолет. Тут даже добавили сейчас линку НЛО, вот, взрыв и просто тестовая версия. То есть лично я пользовалась ею несколько раз, я отмечала ракеты, летящие прямо над головой, беспилотник, летящий прямо над головой. Вот, ну, у нас есть свои уже, как говорится, там термины для обозначения, что это такое. То есть мы используем не беспилотник, мы говорим там шахеды, мы говорим как там косилки, да, потому что звук их похож как раз, да, на соседа, который косит траву. Вот. И, собственно говоря, вот эта вся сфера, то есть у нас есть приложение для новой почты, у нас есть приложение для, ну, буквально всего, чего только может быть. И вот как раз это создает те возможности для работы и для тестирования этих всех программ, да, то есть плюс вот это EPAM, да, как раз компания. Я сама общалась вот с теми, кто там работает. У них абсолютно лояльное отношение, как раз вот там мы не видим этих вот гендерных каких-то дискриминаций на уровне зарплаты, потому что большинство как раз женщин чувствуют себя комфортно, защищенно и нормально. У них нет такого, то есть если ты работаешь, ты получаешь зарплату гораздо выше всех мужчин вместе взятых, если ты хорошо делаешь свою работу. И как раз возможности вот тестировать все эти приложения там очень много. Уровень зарплат там всегда выше, нежели у гуманитариев. Поэтому, если бы вот это все не происходило, я думаю, что еще через пару лет у нас как раз была бы еще, может быть, лучшая ситуация. Вместе с тем она стимулирует появление новых предложений, которые стимулируют, опять-таки, развитие IT. Надеюсь. Марія Михайловна, кажіть, можливо, вже є? Бо-інгліш?
Ну, не, я... Давайте тогда на русском я спрошу. Если вот все это, if it is all generalized, summed up in all these apps in smartphone, what about ethics and safety of personal data? It's people are transparent, and are transparent for all public services, are transparent not only for public services, but also for corporations, and how to protect ourselves in such.
In a world of big data, we cannot save our information, our interests, because you know, if you find in your phone some project, maybe it's about wine or some tours in Ukraine or abroad, 5 minutes and you can see advertising in Facebook about this. It's, скажем так, это очень сложный вопрос. Но я считаю, что в цифровом мире, вот современном, ну невозможно уже как бы вот хранить свои данные, потому что мне кажется, что они уже давным-давно где-то все учтены. И действительно, что бы мы ни делали, оно все равно так и иначе будет учитываться. Но это уже та реальность, в которой мы живем. Я не против жить в реальности, в которой цифровые технологии знают обо мне все. Я против других реальностей, в которой меня пытаются просто стереть, как нолик где-нибудь там в системном коде. Скажем так.
I have a question.
Better in Russian, in English.
Так, чтобы дошло, лучше по-русски.
Хорошо. Во-первых, спасибо большое за презентацию. Это было очень интересно. И учитывая, что мы все так или иначе стремимся к дигитализации социальности, то, конечно, пример Украины сейчас и как работают ваши приложения, это прекрасный пример того, как можно дифференцировать социальную среду и создать действительно эффективные инструменты, которые помогают людям собираться и взаимодействовать, и влиять на процессы без физического присутствия, учитывая, что мы имеем уже определение чрезвычайной ситуации, в том числе данное Агамбином, и Агамбин, естественно, понимает его в негативном ключе, как усиление контроля и давления над обществом. С помощью цифровых технологий мы можем понимать чрезвычайное положение как нечто не противоположное, но, во всяком случае, дать ему другие определения. И у меня нет вопроса, у меня просто комментарий по этому поводу, потому что у меня есть опыт сравнения с Китаем, где тоже в период пандемии были введены различного рода приложения для учета состояния здоровья, для контроля за перемещением, для того, чтобы, естественно, это все создавалось под эгидой защиты населения от распространения пандемии, но в том числе, учитывая специфику китайской политики, мы можем понимать, что это как раз-таки был тот пример, когда усиление контроля и в том числе принудительной изоляции людей работали на руку государству, и в том числе это было использовано в политических целях. Поэтому, конечно, подобные примеры, они дифференцируют наше понимание, и в том числе понимание того, каким образом мы можем действовать в условиях чрезвычайного положения, каким образом мы можем по-другому понимать эти инструменты. Спасибо большое, это было очень интересно.
Я просто вот дам комментарий небольшой. У нас тоже вот были, да, такие во время коронавируса, да, что вы должны, там, если вы приехали из-за границы, у вас обнаружили там на границе вот корону, вы не должны выходить из дома в течение там 2 недель. Да, простят меня мои коллеги, но украинцы всегда были очень такой смешливой нацией, поэтому, так как у нас не особенно учитывается количество номеров, то человек может спокойно положить смартфон дома, показывать, что он находится там, взять другой телефон и бродить по улицам. Это говорит, конечно, что мы были достаточно безответственны в некоторых вопросах. Ну, к слову сказать, то есть у нас достаточно высокий уровень был вакцинирования населения, который, ну, я не могу сказать, что он осуществлялся принудительно, но просто все, кто хотели выехать, они, скорее всего, вакцинировались. Те, кто работают на социальных работах, это преподаватели, это работники банков, работники там детских садиков и так далее, они все вакцинировались. Да, но как бы, то они такими, в общем-то, и остались. Как бы тотального такого контроля, чтобы кто-то за тобой бегал и говорил, ты там не долечился, ну, как бы, нет, не было. То есть здесь уровень действительно вот этого тоталитарного слежения, он различный. Вот. И как мы сейчас, да, нет, просто мы вот, если можно сказать, поняли, что действительно насколько упростилась система, она стимулировалась еще и во время действительно короны, когда нельзя было приходить там в кабинеты, когда не хотели, чтобы люди собирались больше там 2-3, когда хотели, чтобы все документация вот, да, она поступала максимально быстро, вот именно тогда это все и формировалось. И возникали у нас буквально каждые там, не знаю, пару месяцев происходит обновление идеи и добавляется что-то новое. Вплоть до того, что все голосовали, какую марку следующую будем печатать, с псом-патроном или же российский корабль «Иди». Угу. Да, голосование по поводу 8 марта, то есть будем отмечать или не будем отмечать, в каком формате, если оно остается. То есть голосование, собственно, о всем. Понятное дело, что не каждый человек, не каждый украинец является таким активным пользователем смартфонов. То есть есть, понятное дело, там, скажем, дети, у которых смартфоны у всех есть, но они не, як то кажуть, не относятся к этим всем возможностям, им просто неинтересно. Ну и есть как бы население, да, более такое традиционно настроенное, они просто не будут этим заниматься. Да? Но вот как раз социально активная молодая среда, они в это задействованы, они стараются менять, даже проводились исследования, что многие украинцы, выехав из Украины, понятное дело, вынужденно, они продолжали активно влиять на изменение улиц, площадей и так далее. И тут как раз уже был этический аспект. А правомерно ли? То есть считаться гражданином Украины, находясь не там. Действительно, такие дискуссии были, потому что оно во многом, я бы даже сказала, что где-то раскололо общество. Потому что, вот если уж говорить даже о психологических моментах, одна коллега из Одессы уехала в Германию. Она, обучаясь в немецком вузе, решила как раз исследовать вопрос, насколько и дифференцировалось вот отношение к украинцам, то есть как оно есть самих украинцев к украинцам, насколько оно изменилось представителей других стран на протяжении вот этого времени. Ну, как бы там много моментов, которые, ну, к сожалению, не слишком приятные. Ну, не буду забирать время.
Как раз есть вопрос не про защиту персональных данных, а как раз вопрос доступа, потому что мне кажется, что большая этическая проблема в данном случае, потому что я согласна, что в Украине все работает в этом отношении прекрасно, но у меня такой вопрос, если действительно, то есть это социально-экономический барьер и барьер географический. Я имею в виду, там, например, если у тебя не проведен широкополосный интернет, если у тебя нет денег на персональный хорошо работающий смартфон, то получается ты как будто бы оказываешься ущемлен в доступе и в количестве прав, и мне кажется, что в этом какая-то проблема, и как вы видите, можно ее решать, чтобы люди имели одинаковый доступ.
Спасибо. Ну вот у нас есть еще особенность такая, что DIA у нас как бы две. У нас есть портал DIA, который работает с компьютера. Он немножечко, скажем, может в чем-то проще, в чем-то сложнее, но как бы я думаю, что все равно у людей в какой-то мере доступ вот в интернет есть, да, то есть если это не персональный телефон, то есть если ты живешь, например, в небольшом там ПГТ, тебе, понятное дело, не нужно расписание, ну, каких-то там транспортов, тебе не нужны вот эти билеты, да, потому что это совершенно другая культура, да, то есть благодаря, опять-таки, войне количество мест, которые снабжены старлинками, стало в разы больше. Вот это действительно парадоксальная ситуация, и поэтому проблем с покрытием вот, интернетом практически нет. Мы ощущали проблему с тем, когда действительно были отключения света, да, связанные с тем, что бомбились, собственно говоря, электростанции, и потом разряжались просто батареи. Как показывала практика, в Киеве сеть была хуже, нежели за пределами Киева. То есть вот как раз в маленьких поселочках держались батареи лучше, оптоволоконные вот эти все сети, они работали лучше, нежели у жителей мегаполиса, у которых многоквартирные дома. Там интернет пропадал просто сразу, связь пропадала сразу, а там было имба. Поэтому здесь вот, ну, да, есть отдельные моменты, но, как показала практика, то есть даже вот с обучением в небольших школах, допустим, у нас в Киевской области есть школа, где 10 детей в 1 классе. Там даже нет потребности вводить какие-то ограничения, было даже при коронавирусе, по большому счету. В Киеве среднее количество учеников в 1 классе 30-33. с учетом того, что кто-то выехал, кто-то переехал из других регионов, поэтому здесь все равно возможностей получается больше. Ну, как бы ребенку на самом деле, то есть что было сделано, например, даже для обучательного процесса, все, что сделали для всеукраинской школы онлайн, оно транслировалось по телевизору, а вот телевизор практически есть у всех, то есть возможности были рассчитаны разные. Для смартфона, посмотреть на YouTube, там, вот через трансляцию, если в этом есть необходимость. Поэтому как бы учитывались разные возможности коммуницировать.
Спасибо большое. So, and our next speaker is Yana Senko, and she will be presenting on the topic of just the right amount of caring, navigating contradictory demands of HR work in Belarusian IT. And personally for me, I think that it's really interesting because on the one hand, Yana has academic experience. She is, now she is students on social anthropology master students at University of Lund, but at the other hand, she has a working experience in IT, initially in human resources, and Yana is also co-founder of the UX Connection Designer community in Belarus, and I think that it's really interesting to compare their academic background and practical background, as well as usually unfortunately, we have this gap between academic research on the one hand and practical issues on the other hand. So, and personally for me, it was very interesting to talk about the caring work, especially in human resource departments, as well as I think that we have the same dynamic like in Ukraine and Belarus, the amount of number of non-technical staff, women in place in IT sector and personally in human resources. So, Yana, we are very welcome.
Thank you, Antonina, and thank you all for having me here. And I'll just start a timer to make sure that I'm wise with the time. And then also, as everyone else, I need help with slides. Yeah, that's it. It seems easier when you sit in the audience, but then you come here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Antonina mentioned, this talk will be based partially on my personal experience. I'm currently a master's student in Lund. Before that, I have more than 10 years of experience working in IT, and about 6 of them are actually in HR. So like I know something about HR in Belarus in IT, at least before 2020. And so for those of you who might not be aware, IT industry in Belarus before 2020 was quite lucrative both for employees and for employers. So employers were leveraging the low taxes and tax haven from the Belarusian state, which allowed them to have a very high profit working with customers from Western countries. And then for employees as well, it was also a very good place to be in the sense that it was a very high pay comparing to average salary in the country. I think it is somewhat similar in Ukraine, although I know there are differences. But basically, it was a comfortable spot to be. But now we have a different situation. We have a third year of an ongoing crisis, and this crisis started with 2020 with rigged elections and political repressions and imprisonment and many people fleeing the country. But it continued well, after sanctions were imposed, when the full-scale invasion of Ukraine also added to the list of sanctions, and companies started closing down in Belarus, like because basically working with companies from Belarus became toxic for clients from Western countries. And so the situation in IT industry started changing rather rapidly, and it became much more precarious, I would say, although still like many of the people working in the industry are in relatively good condition, I would say. So HR, to understand what I'm talking about, HR is an important concept for our kind of reality, and it's ironic that initially Nicholas Rose is talking about a spread of psychological expertise, which led to birth of personnel, which is kind of like became an HR later. But today personnel he's talking about is seen as a separate function and often seen as a like necessary bureaucratic evil, which is relying on partially on kind of like demands from the government. You have to conduct business, and then also on this old perspective paradigm of Taylorism, which is like not a cool thing in IT for sure. And then more on important concept, like thought leaders for HR in global companies having offices in Eastern European countries are, for example, Dave Ulrich or George Bersin. Dave Ulrich is actually human resources workers into something more cool and maybe more powerful within the organization, and it is a very controversial topic which deserves like separate study. We will not dive into it today. Just also to mention that another trend that is influencing how this profession is understood in Belarusian IT is this caring HR trend, which is happening globally, but also has particular kind of configuration, I would say, in Belarus. So HR, it was said that it's actually not very cool to call people resources. So maybe we should start renaming our title. Maybe we should be people managers or happiness specialists or employee experience specialists. And it's like not only about the naming, naming is just a symbol of it, but it's a whole paradigm how like people management should be done. And then speaking about Belarusian context in particular, it is a very female profession. You saw the charts. I'm very lucky to do my speech right now because you saw the numbers, how women are represented in IT, and also how many of the women are working in HR actually in IT. But those are some of the names that are associated with this profession. So first of all, girls at the balloons is kind of like emic term. HRs are using it themselves to say we are not girls with the balloons. And I believe the term actually came from like association with some, I don't know, someone hanging balloons, like decorating the office to make it like more fun, but somehow it really stuck, and for more than 10 years actually it's used to describe HR people. And then there is this obnoxious kind of name Hrushi, which is wordplay with HR, which is used online to refer to them, and it's a very like disrespectful way to point out their usefulness. And then also this mom's notion of their kind of caring aspect of their profession, that they are mom you. And always there is some degree of discrimination based on the age, looks, and lifestyle choices. So for example, like I personally witnessed situations when managers, male managers, would be talking about hiring a new HR person and saying something like, well, first of all, it should be a nice looking girl. And so like, you know, yeah, so older people, and I mean older means older than 30. So like, not that much older, but like older people are also not always welcome in that role, although there are exceptions. And background in psychology is really appreciated, so to the degree that sometimes people were asking me, do you have it? And I was saying no, I actually, like, I'm an anthropologist, and they like, can you do that job? It's like, it's a requirement. So it is very serious. So what I'm talking about here today is based on 22 interviews done in 2021, and I was interested in particular how this kind of notion of HR work changed in relation to crisis, but also as I have my own experience and I have my own biases, I do not pretend that it's like objective study. It's a very critical study actually, because I think there is something problematic about this role and how it works in IT companies. And but to kind of to be more able to analyze the material, I implemented some temporal distance between collecting the data and actually like revisiting it and seeing what it tells me, because at first my reading of it was, I think, more romanticized in a way, but I think seeing as the crisis is unraveling, I also was becoming more and more critical of what I actually have gathered there. And then also, speaking of the media, I was looking into DevBuy, which is a major IT media in Belarus, and maybe not even on the Belarus right now. And also there is a known Ukrainian resource called, can we use obscene words here? Obscene words like, yeah, no? Okay, so if you're interested, I will tell you in the break, so just to be sure we do not spoil the recording or anything. Anyhow, I was focusing on particular types of HR, which are like working with people and whose primary objective is employee retention and satisfaction. There are many more roles which are not focused on that, and so it would be applicable for everyone. However, there are many people like that working in IT industry in Belarus, and so I think that's why it's interesting. Theoretically, it started with actually Graeber's idea of bullshit jobs. And Graeber calls HR is an like ultimate bullshit job. So basically pointless job that could be removed. And that was like what started my inquiry, but later it became obvious that it's not the right angle, I would say, to it. So I was more engaging with the idea of emotional labor and deep versus surface acting, and also with some works about well, political implications of what HR management generally is, because it is happening inside the companies. It is hidden by NDAs and different kind of like, you know, walls. So it's very far from public access, but it has some real political implications, I believe. And yeah, I will probably skip the rest to save us some time. So, I have a lot of slides. Yes, so like I will ration it. So yeah, two main kind of ideas I'm working with here is, first of all, emotional labor and then intimate labor. And the important difference here is that basically HR, as I see, do both, but there is difference in the sense that emotional labor describes how you as a worker relate to the work you do, while intimate labor doesn't touch that area, but instead it relies on trust, and also caring or doing emotional labor is focused also like on what are you doing to the person, while intimacy can actually be hurtful. Intimacy can actually be about learning something about a person and using it to, for example, company advantage. And so I think that's an important difference here. So what good HR means? On one hand, it means caring about people, being like helpful, friendly, empathetic, like flexible, conflict avoidant, but also able to resolve conflicts, all those like great things. But also at the same time, it means being business oriented and focused on using the relationships you have with the employees to advance company interests. So there is already contradiction there, and like most of my interlocutors felt this contradiction very well. In most of job descriptions you would read, and also in most of kind of like discussions you would hear inside the corporate environment, it is said that HR is intermediary between company and employees, and this idea of neutrality or impartiality is very important here, because like it's the source of their kind of ability to do their job. So some examples, some quotes from the study. For example, this person here says like, I am responsible for everything that happens to people in the company, including physical state, emotional state, moral state, health, and stuff like that. So she is basically responsible for knowing that about people and either trying to help on the positive note or trying to use it in people management. And so, and we can see here directly that like she says, I'm responsible for how people feel. It is a huge responsibility to think about it. Then another quote is it is related to the stress in 2020 when employees became very agitated. And so here a person says that like she had to spot how that someone is anxious during the team meetings and then pursue him individually to see either she can help them, or maybe she can kind of calm them down. But also noticeable, she uses this Russian word "kupировать," like provide relief for the symptoms that couldn't be fully treated, because like what happened to us in 2020 is not something you could really cure, but you still care for a person in some way. And then also about impartiality, another quote is just like, I think it's very kind of like speaks for itself. So basically here the person says that like this neutrality, this impartiality is the basis of your status within the organization. You cannot afford being too close to the like senior leadership, or too close to employees, or too close to like line managers. You need to balance all the time between all three, and all three should consider you like their, I don't know, trusted advisor. It's a word from job descriptions again, but you cannot be seen too close to any of them. And it's a very challenging spot to be in. And then there is paradox maybe, but maybe not, that another quote from the interviews again, the call HR, we have a person crying. So like we have a special person in our company who is responsible for dealing with someone having emotions, right? And the continuation of that quote was actually that like HR came, it was again 2020, so a lot of things to cry about. So HR came and they cried together. That's all they could do actually. But this crying together, is it part of the job officially? No. And many kind of, especially considering that those are global companies that have headquarters somewhere outside of Eastern Europe, and they have a somewhat different view of the profession. So they would say that actually it could be unprofessional, or at least like not very good handling of the situation. So some kinds of this work are really kind of like not approved. They are called in those derogatory terms like cry pillow, or wipe their noses. But can people really refuse doing this work? Not really, in my opinion. So first of all, again, another quote from the interview, this person says that like, I was thinking about that like when they share, like call me in the evening and talk to me about their divorce for 3 hours, or when they share the screenshot of their chat with the girlfriend, is it because I'm a woman? Like, is it because they can do that to the female colleague? And her answer is yes, because if I was a male HR, it would be different. And in fact, I interviewed a couple of male HRs and it is different. Like, they also sometimes use those dad metaphors, but it's different. We know what caring dad is, like from other feminist research. So they kind of like, they know this work is undesirable to be engaged in it sometimes, but still often they feel they cannot not engage in it. First of all, because their job descriptions are very vague, and they are told that like gaining employee trust, understanding people, knowing their issues, knowing their problems, caring is kind of an essence of the job. And so they need to do this interpretation work all the time. Is it caring or not? Is it kind of like, is it helping or not? And and it's very exhausting activity on itself. Then also, refusal to provide such care could be seen as unsafe, and for a reason, because, for example, one of my interlocutors, she shared that, like, ideally, in ideal world, as for the most of IT in Belarus till 2020, retention, staff retention was the key metrics. It means like everything you do is around like retaining employees, because if they leave, you lose money. And that was a metric like relatively easy to work with. But so it's not very easy to measure the work of HRs. And actually, sometimes it wasn't that easy even before. So what some of their supervisors do, they go to people, to like regular employees, and ask, is she helpful? Is she helping? Is she caring? And based on what they say, like, they make a judgment whether it's good HR or not. What it means is that if you come to me with your divorce story and I tell you, you know what, maybe you should go to therapist. During this appraisal, you will be told, like, you will tell that, like, yeah, no, she's not very helpful. And so it would potentially influence your career. So there is this kind of like power dynamics, which is more, I'd say, more complex than it is in, for example, some other Western countries. And also, pragmatically, employee trust is a resource for career advancement. Based on how well you know what happens to people, management judges how useful you are. And so you need to know the information that someone is like in a bad state or thinking about quitting and stuff like that, to use it and leverage it to, like, for your own advancement. So like no one is ideal here, I would say. But what is noticeable is that as soon as HRs gain higher status within the organization, as soon as they can afford to not engage in such work, they often choose to withdraw those boundaries and actually say people, you know what, you should see a therapist. So like, it is a matter of power. They cannot afford it, therefore they engage in it. And yeah, so basically it is a very challenge. I would argue that HR in Belarusian IT company is a very challenging spot to be initially, because you are dealing with aggression. I leave out some quotes, but like you're dealing with a lot of like negativity from people, and especially like in those anonymous online media, which again, I'm not sure if I can say the word out loud, but like it publishes very obscene accounts, and they mention HRs by names, and it's very kind of, it's close to, it is bullying actually, like it's straightforward bullying. Then also you see being called useless all the time, because even people who thank you directly, as my interlocutor shared, people thank you directly for being helpful in some situation, but then you see on LinkedIn, for example, they comment someone posts discussing how useless HRs are. And so you see that like what they say to your face and what they say behind your back is very different. You constantly need to provide evidence that your work has any value in general, but any attempts to delineate the scope of that work in a more kind of like clear terms usually fails. You usually cannot do that, because it's actually to the company's advantage to have it in like those fluffy terms of care. And also a lot of discursive work done to construct this work as a form of art, something that cannot be measured in principle, because it's like, it's about communication, it's about getting people feeling and stuff like that. Yeah, and so basically it is not a very nice place to be. And then also there is this employee branding perspective, which is HR's identity often entrapped, I would say, into the notion of employee brand. They represent the company, they need to convince people that the company is good. And so if company is not good, that means they also are not very good. And so this leads to some different kind of strategies of dealing with that, but one of them actually is sometimes transforming messages that go from like corporate entity, from like top management, for example, and translating them into different terms to make them kind of more acceptable for employees. And in this sense, it involves deep acting in Hochschild's terms, because they kind of need to believe that company is good to explain it or to convince anyone else. And yeah, to the question, like, what does it do? What's the harm, except the harm to particular females working in this profession and it's leaving for some other job eventually? Well, first of all, it is important to understand that configuration of labor relations in IT market, in IT labor market in Belarus before 2020, it was like all based on this employee branding perspective. No one or very few people would go resolve anything like legally in courts, for example, because it didn't make sense. What made sense is that we are like all caring about each other and we have this like family-like atmosphere, but if we don't, you will have reputational loss and it will be bad for the company because it's really hard to hire good employees in this market. So like this perspective prevailed, and it means that like the idea of going to court was completely foreign to anyone. And it's not like HRs are to blame here, they're just a part of this mechanism, but I think the work they done is actually was leveraged by the company to advance their interest in this way. And what it means it means that when the crisis hit, the position of employees, all employees, including HRs themselves, became more precarious when it actually had to be. And including HRs, they find themselves in a very kind of interesting position where, like, from this, the person saying, like, I'm this kind of person, I like to help people, I like to care about them. We go to this, and this is like key IT media dev buy in Belarus. I think everyone here understands Russian, right? Like, so basically they say this thing, like, it's not the time for the girls with the balloons anymore. And then they follow that, well, optimistically speaking, which is my interpretation, HR departments might have even more work because, like, firing and downsizing requires a lot of efforts on HR side. But imagine the person who was selected based on the ability to empathize and provide care and emotional labor, who now forced to do completely different type of labor, which is kind of like to tell people that you're fired. Here's your severance, best case. It's like very different kind of work they would find themselves in. And yeah, and so what I find resonating here is the Hatzidakis and Littler perspective. They talk about care washing in corporate COVID-related practices, and they say that it is not just a short-term kind of like attempt to get reputational gain, but it's more like a strategy of helping businesses to make their ways into the parts of the societies that that didn't belong to them initially. What it means is that, like, and it is especially dangerous in an authoritarian context, because in Western world you still have some kind of other institutions, however, failing to approach to. But in Belarus, if you are fired in, like, not very legal way, that's it. There is no one else you go to approach to, like, there are no system to rely on. And unfortunately, I think the emotional labor and care provided by HR organizations was part of this process. It's like, again, not for them to blame, but like it was part of it. That's it.
Thank you Thank you so much for a brilliant presentation. And yeah, I also all the time think about this double position of HR. On the one hand, usually it's she, because in Belarus it's 95% of women in through the in IT companies. And on the one hand, it was one of the most precarious job that involves a lot of emotional exploitation work. But on the other hand, in a structural way, not in a personal, like a structure, they produce all these discrimination practices inside the company, and not produce, but somehow to maintain it. Yeah. And why, how do you think, why, according to the second part of this situation, why is it happened? Why they continue to produce this discrimination, so participate in this discrimination practice, to be one of the most discriminated group in the company?
Well, it is a big question. I think there is more than one answer to it, because, well, I can, for example, speak from my own experience. I was working in this job. I was very happy to leave it. I was very happy to be in IT in non-HR job. It felt like paradise, like, because like the treatment is very different and you feel it immediately. So, but I think it is not the same for everyone. And I think a lot of work done in general for people, first of all, not to see that you are the most vulnerable group. So it's like probably a subject of another study, but like a lot of work done internally by the top management, by like higher HR staff, to make you feel like those are temporary struggles, but generally you're fighting a good fight. Including like gender diversity, for example, because there are some initiatives and sometimes you have a feeling that like, yeah, you are advancing female interests, you are doing something useful. I even had this idea myself when I was like more young and more naive. But yeah, so basically there are different mechanisms, but unfortunately, in many cases, there are also some very pragmatic stories where people understand what they engage into, but they kind of find their spot. They think they manage it okay, and that's okay with them. They see the discrimination, they see the structural kind of unfairness, but that's how it is. So like there are many different stories. I don't think I prepared today to kind of like to sum them up, but it's definitely something that fascinates me.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing this position, insider, outsider, at the same time through the human resources sphere. And maybe someone else.
One of your slides was devoted to have dealing with certain, not having dealing with certain group, not to be close for management or employees or anyone else. What's the criteria of you not closer to someone group? How you can orientate?
That's the point. There are no criteria. So you're navigating, like you have free audiences in any room, like I mean abstract room, not real room, sometimes real room. You have top management, you have line management, which is a little bit different, and then you have regular employees. And they all have some idea of how you should be a good HR to them. And you need to, but it's not told explicitly, never. Mm-hmm. And it's like, yes, you need to be caring, but not too caring. You need to be business oriented, but not show it too much. So basically, there is no clear way how you can navigate it ideally. That's the
only
whole
insight.
Only the feeling. But what does it mean? The feeling. It means that actually people who have the power to decide, they tell you whether you missed it or not. It means like you make a move, and one of those three actors tell you, yeah, it wasn't not what we meant. Yeah, a little bit to the left, you know.
Thank you so much. Do you have any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, something goes wrong with. Online participants. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Victoria Sliptsova. She will participants online who will be presenting on topic of foreign professionals in China, elite media, local marriages and career building inequality. And Victoria research focused on increasing tenure of international marriages in China. And probably I think it's a really interesting topic, and somehow, not directly, but somehow to continue the idea of emotional job. And Victoria, we are glad to see you. Do you hear us well?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Everything is perfect. Yeah, you can share the screen if you want.
Okay, yes, I will try to share my screen now.
Just 1 second.
Okay, can you see it? Can you see it?
Whiteboard.
Okay, a whiteboard. So no, you cannot see my screen. Okay,
I see.
I will try. Okay, what about now?
Oh, yes, yes, everything is perfect.
Okay, great. Yeah, so hello everyone. Yeah, thank you for having me. You know, I'm very happy to attend this conference. And before I start my presentation, I will introduce myself, just few words, and then I will demonstrate you a video that will help us to understand, marriage-related processes and phenomena in contemporary China. So. Yeah, my name is Victoria Sliptsova, and last 10 years I have been working and living in China in Beijing as an editor and TV host and reporter for elite Chinese media. What I mean when I'm saying elite Chinese media is basically a government propaganda Chinese media. All media in China are government and related to propaganda. So that's how I introduced myself. But if, for example, we're talking now with my Chinese colleagues in China, they would just tell you, oh, BAITUREYEVA, she Shenyu. So what means, oh, BAITUREYEVA, like Victoria, it's BAITUREYEVA, my Chinese name, she's single, or Shenyu. It's how they call a woman that didn't get married till 30 or till 27 years old. So yeah, this kind of women have a high risk to be stigmatized, like, and calling Shenyu. So now I will show you the video. Give me. So I'm sorry that maybe it's not so fast, but I will try. So this is social advertising, social video created by Japanese brand 7 years ago, but it's still relevant to current marriage-related situation in China, and it will explain you this Shenyu concept and many other, cultural concepts that I will share. I will tell you about. Okay.
Do you hear us? I have a problem with internet connection. Victoria?
Okay, so you don't, so yeah.
Now everything is perfect.
So you can see my video now? I'm sorry, because I was showing.
No, we don't, we cannot see.
You cannot see now a video?
Only your slides. Probably,
only my slides.
Maybe you choose streaming only this presentation, but not the whole.
Maybe not the whole screen. Okay. Can we just
yeah, we have time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I mean, your technical experts now can show this video from YouTube because you have a link, because or what I need to do, because I'm not really woman in tech. So how can I? Okay, new share. So okay, okay, maybe here. Now can you see?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, and now I will try to play it. If there is no sound, please let me know. But I hope
I will
it will be fine now. Okay, okay, good.
不是小孩子了，
把自己嫁出去。
第一天不结婚，父亲就不死。
不要任性，
可怜天下父母心啊，
挑来挑去的。
哪个不合适？
找个女人就应该结婚。
你现在已经是剩女了。
剩女这个词给人的感觉就是剩下来的女人，给我的感觉就是说，其实
好像25岁以后还不结婚就是剩女了。
可能会被别人说，或者被家人催，或者有些社会的压力吧。所以过年回家是压力最大的，因为全部人都会在问你，你都多大了，还没结婚呢？
你年龄也不小啦。
他们就可能觉得，就是在中国这个社会，就是一定要结婚，那才是一个完整的女人。
你还在城外的感觉。
以前拉的对象，那就
OK。
场的相亲角，然后可能都是父母，然后拿了一个女儿或者儿子的介绍，然后放在那边。
收入啊，工作是什么样子的？有没有房子？有没有车子？
挂个招商启事给卖出去是那种。中华儿女嘛，就是孝为当先，因为他反正就不结婚肯定是就是不孝的一种。
以前我总认为我的女儿肯定性格好嘛，人也不是长得太漂亮，一般嘛，所以到现在还是生下来了。
渴望真爱，对我还是很渴望爱情的。
赶快把它解决好了算了，也不要太残忍了，对吗？
也许想要放弃找个自己喜欢的、适合的也挺好。
你说要真正找不着，也是我们老两口一个心病。
可能这方面我比较自私，我想跟他说对不起。然后我希望我这样的一个状态非常能够得到父母的认可。
我就算一个人，就是幸福、快乐、自信的，然后好好过。
后来想开了，就是我说剩女，那我工作强了，现在有女强人嘛，这么一说的话，直到等到那个对的人，妈妈永远支持你。
对于自己生活这件事，我是很开心的，然后很自由，我也享受一个人的状态。
我女儿很美，剩女很光荣啊。独立人也应该活得很精彩的，这就是我想。
他如果觉得单身的也蛮好，我们还是会尊重他的。
是优秀的女孩啊，盛兰要努力呀。
自信，独立，热爱生活，不错的一位女性。
Okay, so I'll come back to my
Hey everybody.
Presentation. Okay. So is it obvious my presentation now? Okay.
No.
No. Okay.
Could you try once again to share the screen?
Yes, I will try. Give me 1 minute. I'm sorry that, something wrong here.
No.
Share the screen. But get it. I'm sorry. It's like very.
Yeah, everything is perfect. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I'm sorry for this, inconvenience, but because of Chinese subtitle, I wasn't able to download it to my presentation. Okay. So Yeah, Xinyu. So why I'm started with this, concept. That's because, after 10 years, like during these 10 years of working for Chinese media as a professional expert, I have realized basically that all the same labels and stereotypical assessments, right, I apply to female foreign professionals as well, and the same like male foreign professionals. So, to understand how to deal with this inequality and how to develop your career in China, if you really came to China and you aim to develop your career in media. So, very important to understand these cultural patterns and this aspect of habitus, which we call like emotional culture. So, Xinyu. Oh, no. In spite of, despite of the fact that norms of Confucianism and family pressure are still very strong in Chinese society. So in my experience, both single Chinese employees of Chinese media and the foreign colleagues, in some point, to think about changing this status, even, in the sake to your career, because some of my colleagues, like foreign and especially Chinese ones, they have realized that if they will not deal with this problem, because for Chinese society it's really a problem, because it's against ancient customs, against norm. So you will not get any success in your career. So, but new generation of young professionals and career-oriented female and male experts, they try, they try different ways to deal with this situation, but they need to deal with the situation somehow, because basically the key concept of Chinese culture is saving face concept, because if you're not get married, if you are not successful in your marriage, you are kind of third-class woman, and you are not only you are losing your face, all your family losing your face. So, and as we saw in this video, parents really put a lot of pressure on female, and also for male, not only for daughters, for son as well. So for male, for men, there are other problems, that if they're not comply with high financial standards accepted by Chinese society, if they don't have a flat, if they don't have a car and some amount of money on the bill, they will never get married Chinese women, because Chinese women are they can choose, and because the quantity of women here are very high, and so to deal with these marriage related problems, if like you are about 30 and you're still not married, Chinese parents, try to attend matchmaking corners. So in the park, basically, you can see the pictures. So they bring the pictures of the daughters when they can describe, the profession, how many flats or cars they have. So you saw it in the video. And there are also other ways to deal with this, like, they call it like flash marriages. So sometimes people can just get married, if they, they don't know each other. They just met each other 3 weeks ago, and they're ready to get married, just, to deal with single problem situations. So, and basically one of the ways to solve the problem, how they call it, there is even a special Chinese expression related to this single status. It's to get married with a foreigner. because for Chinese men, it's a way to avoid this financial pressure, because foreign fiancé will not ask about 2 flats, 3 cars, and all other, wealth-related things. And for Chinese women, it's also, the way even to find the real life. They're really always saying in this kind of related research to the single women. So all of them saying about finding the real life, the real love. So basically why me decided, to do this research. So I just started this research 1 month ago. Because for me, I was also asked, many times during this years in China. So Victoria, why you are not yet married? Let's introduce you to our Chinese colleagues from English channel. Let's introduce you with this other man. So I also felt some kind of, let's say, pressure, and at some point I have realized that some projects or job opportunity that I expected, they were given to my, not single, married, especially Chinese married colleagues. And I will explain you now why. So this is basically, you just saw my, the main research question. And I have really my hypothesis about this. So, because, basically I was, like anthropologist in the field all these years, and I, used not only, I conducted not only interviews, but also I used like the method of observation and analysis. And what I really investigated that, the chances to be promoted, much higher if you are married Chinese national. So among my all my research aims, so this is 3 of them. Now, I want to share with you what I figured out about the second one. So I was trying to find the main reasons for the local career building inequality, and this is about the methods. I told you, so I already last month I conducted like 4 interviews, and in July I planned 3 other interviews. So in January it will be 10 interviews. But for now, I can share with you some conclusions. So basically, why Chinese elite media bosses not really thrilled with the single status of foreign employees. First of all, as I said before, so they transfer all the same norms about marriage in China to foreigners. So, for example, if you are single, they kind of, there is something wrong with this single woman. So why she's like so obsessed with her career? She should focus on her marriage, because it's like the main female role, the male role of her life. Or what about this guy? Why he is single? So maybe he just doesn't have a lot of money to marry, or maybe he's just not really careless. So, and the second reason, Chinese management really perceive single workers like unreliable. And, many times, in personal conversation, they really highlighted that, you're too focused on self, you're too focused on a we concept, not like me concept, not like we concept, because, the Chinese is very collective culture. And, like even, during all the meetings, they say we. So you are not by yourself. You're always a part of your family. So if you have Chinese spouse, you're a part of Chinese family, and this family, a great part of the whole Chinese society. So all of them, it's a big family, and to be accepted in this society, you really need to demonstrate that you're not so selfish. So you are ready to say we, not like me. So, and the third point, so basically, Chinese management really not really trust to single foreigners. That's because they are not able to apply the same, pressure tools on single workers. So what I mean when I say pressure tools, I will give you the example. For example, during the draconian COVID restrictions that we experienced here last 3 years, so you know that they were horrible lockdown. So all of us were asked to share details with where you live, with whom you live, and not just in information or like I live with my boyfriend, for example. They really insist that you need to share passport number of your boyfriend, his job, like all, personal information. And when, of course, most of the single, not married Chinese national expats, they refuse to share because it's kind of personal information, how it's related to our contract. They were really, so it's kind of, it's not right behavior, and it's not behavior that can help you to be promoted in your job. So because, you need to be transparent. If you're a part of Chinese family, if you have Chinese spouse, so then it's like everything, transparent. Where you live, with whom you live, and basically you're more obeyed. So Chinese, foreign spouses of Chinese national, so they of course behave according to local norms. So they will not argue, because they plan to live here many years, and they already accepted these norms from the family, from the Chinese family. So basically, so single foreign expats not so integrated in Chinese society, and they act according to, patterns of business communication adopted from their country. So it's also not really convenient for Chinese management. So basically, let's now I will share other conclusions related to foreign spouses married to Chinese. So first of all, they have better understanding of cultural norms, of course, because because they were already accepted by the family, and Chinese spouse, can share with them, all, how you need to behave in the workplace to be accepted and to, get what you want. So, and of course, in that case, because of the right patterns of professional behavior, they are more trusted. So Chinese management really have a high level of trust to them. Because basically, if you once were accepted by Chinese family, it means that, they already checked you. If, Chinese father or Chinese mother, if you became a part of the family, it means that, okay, we can deal with you. Probably we can trust you. So as a result, basically what I'm figuring out, now it is 4 interviews, but, all of these interviews really supported this hypothesis that foreign professionals married to Chinese nationals have more access to more projects and to business trip across China, and they also have the opportunity to publish the books and being interviewed by other Chinese media. Meanwhile, there are a number of pitfalls in this kind of opportunities. So a foreign specialist should be ready to become a mouthpiece of Chinese propaganda. So, and really promote adherence to the cause of the Communistic Party of China. So it's really, if you will not do it, so you will not be promoted. So in the end, everything, everything come to this political point. So Also, foreign spouses will have to maintain the same level of discipline and transparency as Chinese staff that I already, told you about, gave you this example about, during lockdown, when they ask to share personal information passport of your partners. So, of course, the interest of the Chinese media corporation in such foreign opinion leaders is understandable. So in some point, I have been working here in two organizations. First 5 years, I was working as an editor and TV host for China Central Television, basically CGT and Russian TV channel. And then I switched to other digital media companies, and I work now for China Org. It's also government news web portal. So in all these, two organizations, in some point, Chinese bosses try to propose this kind of, role, foreign opinion leader to foreign specialists. So at some point, you try to ask some, some articles to express your right political view. So, then doing this in very Chinese way, step by step. But you should be ready if you want really to increase your chances to be promoted. So yeah, it's all about your readiness and willingness or unwillingness to promote the right political views. And basically this what can help you or lower your chances of career development in China. So yeah, this is the main for now, this is the main conclusion that
sorry, I had interrupt you. We have several minutes.
So that I'm finished. I'm finished. So maybe you have some questions I would like to answer, because a lot of information and big experience during this last decade.
Thank you for the presentation, and we have several questions.
Hello, my name is Volga, and so I was much thankful for your presentation. That was interesting to know about Chinese experience, and so the problems with gender inequality, and especially with women's status. And of course, so basically we all know that in highly patriarchal societies, this is a thing that obviously present. And I really liked this idea of capturing the marriage market, and filling it with other content, like there were those portraits of women placed, in this public space, and somehow redefined the idea of how it can work, so how women could be represented in public space. And I mean, this is a great instrument, of course, but I guess it's definitely not enough, because there are lots of more ways how people can oppose this idea of women to be independent, and have this opportunity to represent themselves in the way they want or they could. So just I have a very naive question to you. Do you see personally any other perspectives of how people can deal with this situation, or other instruments with which they can really interfere with this quite monolithic understanding of women's place? Thank you.
Volga, thank you so much for your interesting question. So I want to, really to explain more about this marriage market. So basically, this marriage market, they happening. So it's idea and it's initiative of Chinese parents, because Chinese parents so worried so much that their daughter are not married. So most of these Chinese, young professionals, because it's young professionals. So if you're 30 and you are not married, all these, women also feel like that they are young. So they really are, most of them, they even don't know about this. And in some points, they really find it very, humiliating. So, but they cannot say anything like with, like parents. So basically, it's a big problem of generation. That's how parents try to help them to deal with the problem. But, some of the women, like let's say most of the women, because in this area in Chinese government media and especially on TV, so many career-oriented women and my friends, like I have many, not married, single, the Chinese friends, and most of them, they found these marketplaces like this. It's horrible. So you asked me how I, what I can propose to deal with this situation. First of all, I'm 38. I'm not married. I divorced. And basically, I'm very happy with my life, and I really understand the concept of this single woman. I don't think that it's a problem, but according to Chinese society, it's like a problem. And most of the women, how they deal with this. So they just, find someone with they could marry, and basically they don't live with this person anymore because they can show the parent, okay, this is my husband, so they even can get a birth, and basically my boss on China Central Television, she came back to the office. I was like shocked after 4 days of giving birth because she just did it because of pressure of the parents. So it's a huge thing in China. So I don't have any proposal how to deal with the problem because I don't see this problem. So I just think, single women just need to live the life, and I don't think that you need to be married, to, I don't know, to be accepted by society, but it is how it is in China. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you so much, Victoria, for joining us. And we still have the last panel for today, but probably the good idea to have 5-minute break. So, and we will return and we have the last 2 speakers. I'm happy to announce our third panel, Care Work and Effective Labor in the Digital Age. Somehow we have already talked almost in every report, every speech we have, speakers mentioned this, the effective labor, but today we are focused on it. And first of all, I would like to introduce our next panelist, AIYMZHAN. She is director of the Center for Social and Gender Studies, Kazakhstan National Women Teacher Training University. And I think that her speech will be very interesting. The topic of her speech is unpaid care work and the labor market in Kazakhstan. AIYMZHAN, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Should I share my presentation or someone will be doing it for me? I think I cannot show my presentation from my computer. And if it's possible to share it, it would be nice. But you also can give me permission to share because I have my presentation ready to demonstrate.
Just one second.
Okay.
We're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on this conference. And I wish I would be there with you guys. And I hope that in the future we will have chance to meet in person. So I would like to talk about the unpaid care work in Kazakhstan. Unpaid, not only care, but also domestic work. Okay, okay, thank you for making it full screen. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, I would like to say that actually during this presentation, it will be quite short. I would like
just 1 second.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, we are ready.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please, to the second one? Okay, so my presentation is quite short, and I would like to talk about the main findings of 2 papers. Actually, one paper is already was published in one journal, and another one is published as a chapter of the book. So in general, I would like to start with the fact that, as everyone knows, I think in this meeting, that according to the International Labour Organization data, more than 75% of the whole domestic and care work is done by women all over the world. And this is like kind of more than 3 times than men do in the world. And in some parts of the world, unfortunately, this number is much higher. So in some African countries or South Asian countries, we can see that this number goes to like 7 or 10 times. And an equal distribution of caring responsibilities is actually correlated with the discriminatory social institutions and stereotypes on gender roles in our societies. And I think the previous speakers were several times underlining these facts. And gender inequality in unpaid care work is actually very important when we're analyzing the gender gaps in labor outcomes, such as labor force participation, gaps in wages, and job quality all over the world. And it's, we can go to the next slide. Here I would like to talk about the first paper, which was we have prepared this paper based on the data of EBRD, and they actually conducted several interesting surveys, and we have used the survey which was the last one, the last survey of the which was called Life in Transition, and it was conducted in 2016. There they have really good data on several Central Asian countries, and among them we have Kazakhstani data with approximately like 750 respondents in our country. And we found in this survey that motherhood is of very young children, which is like under 2 or 3 years old, is strongly associated with lower likelihood of employment, and that the availability of childcare does not affect this relationship. So most women that had little kids, they were not employed in the labor market. And important thing is that considering possible reasons for this and the typology European gender regimes, we suggest that greater availability of quality care for children under 2 years old and increased support for caring by fathers, which would reduce opportunity cost of employment for women and would help Kazakhstan achieve its goal of increasing gender equality. If you're interested to look through this data and our analysis, I can share the paper. Yes, please, let's go to the next slide. On this slide, I would like to talk about some different patterns of allocation of paid and unpaid work among different countries. So this data is available online and it was collected in several years by UNDP, and we see how different countries, how paid and unpaid work is allocated in these countries. So we can see that it's really shocking that in countries like Albania, Turkey, Armenia, for example, women do like 3 to 7 times more care and domestic work than men do. If we look at the Kazakhstani data, we can see that women do more than 2 times domestic work than men. And overall, if we look at the data, we can see that in general, women do more unpaid care and domestic work and less paid work. So they are less represented in the labor market. So, and in the future, it can affect not only women's life when they are at the age of less than 60 years old, but also after they attain the retirement age. The fact that they were not active part of the labor market, they can also suffer after 60 years old when they will be still depending on their partners, on their families or children, adult children after certain age. So let's go to the next slide, please. Okay. When we're talking about unpaid domestic and care work, it's really important to analyze how institutionally care services are provided in the country or in the region. So we're talking about childcare centers, kindergartens, preschool organizations. And we can see that in most of the countries that were analyzed by UNDP in the region I mean Balkans, Western Balkans, Turkey, CIS region, and Central Asian region, we can see that children who are under 2 or 3 years old, they are very less covered by the childcare services. So we can see in Kazakhstan, for example, children under age of 3 years old, only 15% of children are covered by these services, which means that other children that are living in the households care about these children are covered by their parents and mostly by the women in the family, by their mothers or some girls or young women in the household. But unfortunately, from these countries that were analyzed, we can see that only some countries have more or less good percentage of coverage of children of the age younger than 2 years old. So, for example, we see that some OECD countries can show this percentage, which is more than 30%, and of course European Union countries that can also show that some good results in this percentage. But for the percentage of child care provision for kids that are older than 3 years old, we can see that the data shows the data is better than for kids under 3 years old. In Kazakhstan, for example, it's data for This data is actually before 2018. So we see that the percentage is like almost 60%. And in some countries like Belarus and Ukraine, for example, it's 100%. And some other countries that also have really good coverage of childcare provision for kids older than 3 years old. But the last data for Kazakhstan, if we analyze data for 2022, we see that this percentage increased up to 80 and 90% in different regions. So situation is getting better. But the problem is not only increase the number of the percentage of coverage, but it's also important to increase or improve the quality of those care organizations for little kids, the kindergartens and child care centers for really small kids under 2 years old. So we can go to the next slide. And also, if we analyze female labor force participation in Kazakhstan, we can see that for the last 10 years, this number didn't increase much. And actually, it was always around 65%, like more or less 65%, which is actually not bad for the region, for Central Asian region, for CIS region, I would say. And also in comparison with Turkey, for example, it's much higher. But unfortunately, all those policies that were supporting policies by government in terms of providing more childcare services and also programs that help to maintain gender equality in the country, they actually didn't really help to increase female labor force participation. And most importantly, a female labor force participation among women that have little kids, small kids under 2 years old. So we can go to the next slide, please. And if we analyze the child birth rate in Kazakhstan, we can say that actually the child birth rate is growing and more young children are coming to life in the country, and which means that in the future, in the projection for the next 10 years, we can say that country would need more high quality child care services provided in the country. And especially it's for kids that are under 3 years old. And providing those high quality, good quality centers in the country, in bigger cities and smaller cities and villages would be really helpful for women that have those little kids. So we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, sorry, it's like, yeah. Yes. Thank you. But we are not only talking about provision of the childcare services like in the country, but also it's other policies that can be taken or provided by the country, by the government, by the state. So if we analyze some policies on parental leave in Kazakhstan and some other countries, we can see that in Kazakhstan, women are provided like by 2 months before childbirth date and like 1 month after giving childbirth. They are provided by 100% of their salary. But after that, until this child is attaining 1 year old, when this child is 1 year old, the woman or mother in the family, they can only earn like 40 up to 90% of their salary. It all depends on the region and on some policies of the employer. So, but actually they can stay in the parental leave until kid is 3 years old, but they are not paid any salary or other compensations. or transactions from the state or from their employers, which is really not very helpful for parents. And fathers are also allowed to, as I said before, to use this parental leave for taking care of their kid. But the problem is that men in Kazakhstan earn higher salary. So family, the household, is not really interested in giving this responsibility for the father in the family, because in this case, household would lose a higher salary, a higher income that is coming to the household. So according to statistics, approximately 2.2% of men in Kazakhstan are actually using this parental leave for taking care of their kids. And mainly women are sacrificing their career, their salary, their independence, and they stay at home and take care of their kids. Because first of all, there is some traditional norms that if kid is like under 2 years old, it's better to stay at home, and someone in the family, their mothers, in most cases, are taking care of this child. And it's like good for their health and for some other issues. And also it's good because, as I said, women are earning less, and family is not really interested in losing a higher salary. So for other countries, actually, we can see that the policy varies, and some countries like UK, for example, they have some better options for the parental leave. But it also, of course, depends on some issues that and personal how parents decide, personal decisions. So we can go to the next slide. So what are the main findings of the first paper that I have mentioned? It's with the data with EBRD. So we found that Kazakhstan's emerging gender regime strongly resembles a dual earner. So which means that both mother and father, or wife and husband, are working and bringing some money to the family. And the model also shows that females are the main caregivers in the family. And this is actually very common to some post-Soviet countries in the region, which supports familial form of care provision, which means that it is decided that family is actually should be the main caregiver for the kids, especially under 2 years old. And Kazakhstan provides some very limited support for parental sharing of care in the form of allowing for any part of the paid year of care to be taken by fathers. And if fathers choose to take this leave and employers permit it. So it also, it depends on the employers, because they need to approve fathers, support fathers if they want to take this opportunity and take care of their children, kids. So as in the other post-socialist cases, the state has focused support on providing institutional childcare for children between 3 and 6 years old, long paid leaves, and generally expects mothers to provide care for younger children, as I said before. Recent policies of the government of Kazakhstan claim a strong commitment to promoting gender equality in employment, which is actually said and written in several strategies that were adopted during the last 10-15 years. And to support work and family balance, the state has significantly increased childcare availability since 2006 and significantly reduced regional variation in access, which means that we had some problems in southern part of the country and western part of the country where this percentage was not really good, but during the last 5 and 10 years, we have improved this situation. And Kazakhstan's heavy investment in childcare and other policy initiatives have failed to elicit the expected response, however, unfortunately. because as we can see, the women's female labor force participation did not increase significantly for the last 10 years. And women's labor force participation rates are still good for the region, but I think we have some better, we will have some better figures in the future, hopefully. And analyzing employment decisions of individual women, we see that women with children under 3 years old of age are significantly less likely to be employed than other women. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So, and here I would like just to say a few words about time use survey that was conducted by the National Statistics Agency in Kazakhstan. Actually, we have conducted this survey several years, starting in 2003. And I would like to analyze more like the latest data, which was for 2018. Hopefully, we will have this survey this or next year, because after pandemic and after like 2018, actually 5 years, or it was like 5 years ago. So I think situation might change a little bit because of some policies, some international documents that we are ratifying and other stuff. So this might change. So we can go to the next slide. Actually, this survey was has a really impressive, really big large number of respondents. So sample is kind of like 32,000 households, and here we see that in this analysis, we have divided the respondents according to the next categories, which is like age category, education level, and marital status. And we just wanted to see how the care and domestic work load changes according to these categories. Inside of these categories, like for example, for those who are 18 and 30 years old, and if they have like a primary education, higher education, or postgraduate, and what is their marital status, and so on. So we can go to the next slide. The time use survey in Kazakhstan shows that actually women do 2.5 times more domestic and care work than men do. And in comparison, for example, if we look to the Russian data, we can see that it's like 2.2 times more, which is like, which means that in Kazakhstan, I mean, our women do more care work and domestic work in comparison with some neighbor countries. But of course, if we compare to some Central Asian countries, this figure might not be that bad. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So I'm about to finish. So main findings of this second paper is that with age, the difference in time spent by men and women on paid care work for children and other dependent family members decreases. So here I would like to point out about the care, not only for kids, little kids in the family, but also in some countries like Southeast Asian countries, Central Asian, in some other parts of the world, we can face the fact that there is also care for elderly in the family, so which is about family members that are older than 70 or 75 years old, and someone should take care of this category of people in the family. And in Kazakhstan, for example, government is saying that this category, elderly members of the family, actually are family members are responsible for taking care of them in the households. So also an analysis of the time spent on employment by the level of education of respondents show that among more educated men and women, we see that women spend more time on paid work than men. And also men with higher levels of education spend more time doing unpaid housework and care work for family members compared to other men with lower education. And also married women spend more time on housework than women who are divorced or never married. And also, in general, the data showed that amount of time that women spend on family care services is always higher than in any category. I would say the time that's spent by women on care and housework is always higher than compared to men. And thus the work of caring for family members is mainly women's responsibility in our country. So I think this was the last slide. Yeah, we can just go. Yeah, thank you so much. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Someone has questions? Sorry, I think we are a little bit tired. Oh yeah, Yelena. Just, yes, we have one question.
So my question is about, well, so I understood that there are some pretty significant measures taken, social policy measures provided in Kazakhstan. So I wonder, well, what is the cost of these social security leaves, parental leaves, all kinds of things for people, for women, for parents, not only women in the market economy. All these social security stuff, it works in socialism, it works in planned economy, etc. In the market, things are different. So what is the social cost of taking all those leaves, etc., for people participating in the labor market?
Thank you so much, Elena, for your question. Yes, it's a very good question because our government is really concerned about the cost of all these things that are happening with households having little kids and with mothers, women that are not going back to the labor market after taking their parental leave. So I would say that we had one research which was supported by UN Women in 2018. So we have showed in this research that it's actually very costly for a government losing these women from the labor market, that women that are having kids under 3 years old. And because government is not having any money that is coming to the budget in terms of like tax returns, taxes or other social taxes that are coming to the budget. And another thing is that it's not only for women that are not going to the labor market with smaller kids, but it's also the fact that even some women that are having kids older than 3 years old, they are also not going back to the labor market, unfortunately. And we have showed that it's the reason might be that we don't have even if we see that the data of the coverage by the care services in different regions is attaining 80% in most regions, we would say that the quality might not be very good of these centers, and some families do not want to send their kids to their care services organizations, or other reason might be they're not they cannot afford sending their kids to these centers because they are really expensive. So it's costly for government, of course. But I don't know if I could.
Thank you. My question. Thank you. My question is a little bit different. I mean, well, these people who go on maternity leaves and on parental leaves, and when they come back to the labor market, what is the cost? What is the cost for them? well, how much is their salary lower than it used to be, or the salary of the people who did not have kids but stayed on the labor market? So what are the repercussions for people who participate in reproduction?
Oh, I'm sorry, Luna. So yes, now I understand what do you mean. Yes. So now at this moment I don't have like a certain data. There is a data, but I'm sorry, I cannot say the exact data because I might say wrong numbers for you. But if we talk about how much salary they lose, women that go to the parental leave, I would say that like only starting from second month after they give childbirth, they're receiving only like 40% of their previous salary in the workplace.
Sorry for interrupting. Still, my question is different. My question is, well, the people who stayed in the labor market and did not have kids, they were, well, they had their career path. They had some, well, their salary usually grows, etc. And those who participate in reproduction and do not stay in the labor market, they miss this opportunity. So have you ever looked at this difference between those people who went off the labor market and returned to the labor market and those who stayed there all the time?
No, I don't have this kind of data, but I will write it down, and I think it's really important and interesting to analyze for the future research. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you. I'm sorry.
AIYMZHAN, thank you so much for your presentation, and we will move forward. And last but not least, our next speaker, Almira Ousmanova, and she, I think she will talk about very close and painful topic for every of us: communication as women's work, question mark, gender aspect of invisible labor in academia in digital era. Thank you.
I would like to say hello again to everyone and also to those who are in Zoom. I'm the last speaker of today, and I hope that I will take some time, of course, to develop my argument, but I also hope very much to leave some time for discussion before we finish the first day of the conference. As Antonina already said, I think that this formulation of my topic might be very close to the majority of you, for people who work in academia and who face with different issues that are essential for everyday academic life, and that's what I'm going to talk about. Of course, that's what you see on this semi-transparent image. These are both very important objects. One of them is a clock, and because we're going to speak about time management and what role does time management play in academic life in relation to the everyday communication processes. But on the other hand, of course, it's the prototype of computer and the typewriting machine, because you know that secretaries and the typing is very well known for being one of the first mass jobs that became available for women. There is a lot of research on this, and I'm not going to speak about the secretary's work. Also today, these days, the secretary, given the quite rather negative connotations, which means also that it was not stigmatized, but secretary's job for the century became most known as women's job, although we know that until 19th century it was a kind of noble occupation, and mostly men were taking this position before the arrival of typewriting machine. But I also put this image of the typewriting machine because I started my academic career before the arrival of digital technologies, and I remember very well that in those years when I was writing my dissertation, the division of labor in academia was quite different, and the secretaries or women predominantly who were typing the text, be it articles or dissertations or any other paperwork, they were paid separately, whereas lecturers and PhD students, we all were writing, still doing our works by handwriting, also including the libraries. And then when the technologies, when the digital technologies arrived, with the appearance of first computers in the of post-Soviet space, I think this largely took place in the mid of the 90s, and I think that each of us has our own personal stories of the engagement with the technologies and the different stages of becoming of digital age, and I personally even made some notes in order to not forget how it was all taking place and at which stages and which context this acquaintance with the new technologies of production, how it took place. So it's really interesting to think of this split between the then and now, but also to consider it as a kind of really continuous and to think of it in genealogical terms, and to think of it as a continuous time that was gradually being filled with these new forms of new technologies, but also with the technologies that changed very significantly the way how we work and how we teach and how we produce knowledge today. So I'm not, of course, going to speak of all of these issues, but that what I'm going to present today, it's more like position paper, more like the reflection on the forms of invisible labor in academia, and these questions are important for me in my own research, which is not, which cannot probably be called as empirical research, because even in relation to the questions of immaterial labor and immaterial and invisible labor, I'm interested in these issues not from empirical side, but vice versa. I'm taking some examples from the everyday practice of academic communication and academic work, but in general, I'm interested how do they relate to the changing and developing concepts of material labor and mass intellectuality, general intellect, and all of this. So it's more like not applying theory to analyze the empirical reality, but on the contrary, just being plunged into this everyday routine of academic life, where we have to deal with various projects and emails and different ways and different forms of measuring our productivity and efficiency. So just with all of these calculations and different types of labor, I'm interested in analyzing through this experience, to conceptualize through this experience the concepts of labor. So it's quite evident that in my presentation I'm going to speak of invisible labor, of immaterial labor. At least I will start with these definitions, also because these are the key concepts for our conference, and I think that at least by the end of this day we definitely need to deal with or to talk about some definitions and how do we approach these notions. Then I think that the concept of communicative capitalism would be also helpful, useful for understanding communication as work. Then we will speak about hidden injuries of neoliberal academia and the feminist critique of the invisible labor in academia in the digital age, and that will be in the very end. And the question which I would not discuss today, but I wanted really to put it in the very end of my presentation, because that's what we are discussing now in relation to invisible labor, immaterial labor, is based, of course, on a huge number of really important works from different parts of the world, from I don't know, Italy to the United States, Mexico, etc. And the theory of immaterial labor is also mostly produced in those contexts, also in relation to academia, where academia, even if being criticized for neoliberalization, still functions in a kind of normal, under the normal conditions. But many of us, I would say even many of people who are present today in this room, not to mention the context in which we work, we deal with displaced people, displaced in the sense that our colleagues, academics, who most often fall under the category of scholars at risk, they are of course dispersed now throughout the world due to the due to the war, due to the political crisis in different countries, including Belarus. And we all understand, of course, that these conditions are not equal, and some scholars are in more favorable circumstances, others are in less privileged. But I think that at some point, maybe not now, but at some point later, I think it would be also important to look at this problem of how not even in the conditions of neoliberal academia, but actually how academics who are who unfortunately face with these difficulties and cannot be want actually to continue their intellectual work, but what do? Not only for survival, but also for surviving in professional terms. And women in this context, I think also deserve a kind of special attention because of all of these reasons that we are going to discuss. So it's a question which as I said, I would like to formulate it here, but leave it for kind of future discussions. I'm not going to present, to talk of all of these books, but since I am going to provide some definitions and some theses from different texts, which I find really useful for this topic, at least I would like to give these names, so in order to pronounce them well. So in my today's presentation, I will be referring to some of the texts of Jodi Dean. She is post-Marxist American theorist, and actually the concept of communicative capitalism was developed in one of her books. Then, of course, these are the works of feminist scholars Rosalind Gill and Melissa Gregg on the hidden injuries of neoliberal academia. The concept of immaterial labor, which we are going to talk about in a few minutes, is being developed by different scholars, but I think that Antonio Negri and Michael Hart and Maurizio Lazzarato and some others probably would be, and Paolo Virno, they probably would be particularly important because the questions of labor are probably developed and researched in feminist scholarship and in Marxist. So this doesn't come as a surprise that the transformation of contemporary economy and the analysis of the different type of labor under in post-industrial era was developed in the works of post-Marxist scholars. Then I think that we are going, the time is too short today to speak of the ethnography of academia, but by putting here the book by Mar Pereira, I just wanted to note that it's really interesting thing to read feminist works on which also often includes autoethnography and the autoethnography of the selves of academic selves in academia. I think it's something, it's like part of our everyday reflexive work. And why I'm speaking of this self ethnography or autoethnography, it's because when I planned, when I started to think what I would like to talk about, I understood that there are two things which I face with every day in academic life, and one of them, for instance, I don't really know what is your experience. Have you ever tried to calculate how much time you spend on communicating via email, but also using other like this multi-platform academic communication process, not only emails but also all others, and quite obviously that in times of pandemic the communication became even like twice more intense. But now I'm speaking not only about the proliferation of emails or the growing volume of communication, but also about the fact that in my email, for instance, I checked randomly several days, this week, for instance, a year ago and several years ago, and more than 80% of letters are coming from women, and that of course says a lot, maybe even 90%. And that's something really telling, and I'm pretty sure that you have the same in your email box. And when you look to this, if you try to sort them, these letters in this autoethnographic manner, and just trying to understand what exactly is the subject matter and whom you're writing to or whom you're responding to, and what kind of jobs are doing all those women who are sending to you letters, of course, it's the picture will be very diverse, because it's not about very simple division of labor in academia when there are secretaries and managers who would send you some some important regulations and documents and information, but actually these letters are written by women who might be professors, managers, project managers, and students, and so on and so forth. So actually very different women, but the fact remains as it is, that the majority of letters are written by women. And so that's one thing which I find really not even interesting, but actually quite telling about the question of women's involvement or women's presence in communication in academia. And second point, which also has to do with this everyday, with this daily routine in academia, but also I will talk about it in the very end of my presentation. It's a question of how this communication actually refers to, or how it relates to our to the knowledge production and to our scientific productivity. You probably well, it's in the end, of course, it's all about time management, but also it's about the forms of measurement, of evaluation of scientific productions that are in place at almost every university, at least in this part of the world, and the more tasks we have as scholars and as teachers, and the more time we spend on all of these daily communications, so then the less we produce. But if you look to this regulations and the documents that are supposed to evaluate our immaterial labor, our intellectual work, then of course communication is not included. And here I find really an important aspect. I do not really want to complain. After all, academia is one of the safest places, and also it's a place where we can talk about pleasure, which is not always the case. And Lena started today her lecture with this particular issue. I also would like to say that in general, the word labor is often associated with the workaday routine and with alienated time and with existential unfreedom, and especially all of these negative sides of labor become important when the outcome does not meet the amount of effort that we put into it. So, and also we know that one and the same kind of labor can bring joy, or on the contrary generate alienation, whereas pleasure and reward are not necessarily interconnected. I do believe that academic job mostly bring pleasure, which is probably not always coupled with reward, but nevertheless pleasure at least in place. But also observing how the processes of neoliberalization have been developing in the universities during last decades, I'm of course hesitating about the amount of pleasure, or about the particular type of probably subversive type of pleasure that we have when we feel all of these forms, and when we are obliged actually, and we are controlled for that, to respond to all of these letters. And so, as I said, speaking on gender aspects of the invisible labor in academia, I did not aim to complain. It's more about reflecting on how our life is organized. In general, the questions of gender aspects of academic work and invisible labor in academia have been well researched by feminist scholars and by gender scholars. And these are not only publications which which I put on my slides. There are many more, and probably the most researched questions are the questions of the informal contribution of women into sciences, a very important issue actually, and that's about women who are in the shadow of men as producers of knowledge. Then also, of course, during last years, the questions of biases, I mean, not the last, but one of the basic question, it's about gender inequalities in academia and how it reveals itself in the biases in hiring or promotion, and so on and so forth. So there are really different aspects that have been analyzed in relation to academia, and a lot of also empirical research, as I said. Now, let us briefly discuss what are the basic, what is the theoretical framework, and what is the context in which we analyze intellectual work in academia, and in which context actually we are discussing this the possibilities or the appearance, not the appearances, but the forms of invisible labor. Obviously, two main concepts are the concepts of immaterial labor and of invisible labor. They are not, of course, the same. Also, they are both about labor. The concept of, as Maurizio Zarato points out, the concept of immaterial labor refers to two different aspects of labor. One of them concerns the informational content of the commodity, and it refers directly to the changes that are taking place in the labor processes in the industrial and tertiary sectors. And then on the other hand, yes, and this has to do with the development of cybernetics and computer control. On the other hand, as he says, it regards the concept of immaterial labor, it regards the activity that produces the cultural content of the commodity. Immaterial labor involves a series of activities that are not normally recognized as work. What is important here is that, first of all, for us as academics, it's really important. We call ourselves the producers of knowledge, and in the knowledge society, in the society of knowledge, that's quite understandable what kind of commodity it is. But at the same time, also following the discussions among scholars such as Andrea Bortz and others, we understand that it remains an open question on how much this commodity actually costs and what is its role on the market. And second point, which Maurizio Lazzarato mentions here, it's the question of immaterial labor that involves a series of activities that are not normally recognized as work. So that really matters, and this has to do precisely with the question of communication in academia, which is recognized as work when it comes to the description of jobs of secretaries, of counselors, and of different type of project managers, etc. But communication as such is not recognized as work in many of the cases when people are not directly responsible for communicating information. And yes, and also what is important to mention here as well, it's that precariousness and hyperexploitation, mobility and hierarchy are the most obvious characteristics of the immaterial labor. Then we come to the, I'm sorry that I probably don't have much time, so let me just define also, briefly talk about the question of the invisible labor. The invisible labor is actually provoked a very interesting debate, and in this book edited by Crane, Poster and Cherry, which I really recommend and find it very, very helpful, they discuss not only the problem of how to define the invisible labor, but also in which ways the labor can be invisible. And so the way how they define invisible labor, they say that it's that it can be invisible in two broad ways. So some forms of work which are undervalued and overlooked, they are invisible, and the second way of the second form of invisible labor, it's when some issues or interests become prioritized, whereas others are not. So it's really the kind of labor which is overlooked, ignored, and devalued, and not only by employers and consumers, but also by workers, including intellectual workers. Now, as I said, I find also very important to speak of the to place this discussion on communication as work into the larger theoretical framework, and that's why I'm have here this quotation from Jodi Dean, because she defines communicative capitalism. You know that there are many other post-Marxist definitions of the current phase of capitalism, such as platform capitalism and cognitive capitalism, etc. And here we have the approach which favors, or which puts on the first place the exploitation of communication. And she argues that she says that she developed this idea of communicative capitalism as an economic ideological form, and says that it's really probably the dominant communication is the dominant form of capitalist production these days. Now, I'm sorry that I will skip my text, but I think at least I will manage to be like the most important questions. I mentioned the interesting and important text on the injuries of neoliberal academia by Melissa Gregg, and here what she calls the function grip. It's the just a second. Yes, so thinking of, I will come to it in a few minutes. So the thinking of feminist teaching and research in contemporary university, we should not forget that during last 30 years, the universities have undergone drastic changes that were caused on the one hand by the swift development of digital technologies, and on the other hand by the ongoing structural transformation of the system of management of higher education. So both sides are were really taking place in parallel, and very important to keep in mind. These tendencies are closely interrelated, and the university, as we all know, is undergoing both quantitative and qualitative changes in the most literal, so not obvious sense. This problem involves many perspectives, from changing the teaching practices and expanding the university through various online platforms, to the role that new technologies played in the ever-growing gap between the universities of the first and second world, and in asserting the management model that is called managerialism. And how are digital university and academic work related? The emergence of new generation of technological tools, educational software, platforms for online education, datification of research, and many other effects of the digitalization have had considerable impact on academic life. The situation of the academic job market, job cuts, and growing insecurity, intensification of work for those who are lucky with continuing contracts, also, as Vienna said today, the possibilities to obtain tenure, to obtain such type of contract is constantly diminishing. So all of these changes plus the changes in the functional division of labor, which I already mentioned. So this is the reality in which we live and work. And feminist scholars claim that we should turn our lens upon our own labor processes, organizational governance, and conditions of production. We need to make links between macro-organization and institutional practices on the one hand, and experiences and effective states on the other, and open up an exploration of the ways in which they may be gendered, racialized, or classed. This was a quotation from Jill. This agenda goes against the vision of university managers: work more, relax less. In the digital age, and here we come to this functional creep, the university lecturer is a teacher and researcher, secretary and typist, technical assistant and project manager in one person. And the boundaries between work and leisure time, office and home, between professional and personal identities have virtually dissolved. And Melissa Gregg, and as well as other scholars, described this function creep as the imperceptible but steady increase of the duties of a teacher in a digitalized educational environment, which has become especially obvious with the ubiquitous switching to different online platforms that teachers themselves must manage, in addition to the traditional duties and work forms of a lecturer. And I put here a question because to me, it seems to be quite obvious in which ways we are combining these functions of teacher and researcher, of secretary and typist, and how the division of labor indeed changed in the digital age. But I leave the question open: in what proportions do we have this? Do we fulfill or perform these functions, and how gender specific are the shares? If we take this at least 4 different types of activities in our academic professional life. And then there are also other aspects of the digital revolution in academia that cannot be left without attention, and they directly relate to the neoliberalization of universities that has happened before our eyes. And here So I will probably need just next 5 minutes just to get to the point. And here, when we speak of the neoliberal university, it also needs to be clarified what exactly do we mean, because the word neoliberalism has certainly been overused, but at the same time there are quite obvious things that needs to be understood in relation to academic situation. So neoliberal university requires high productivity in compressed time frames. And so the neoliberal transformation of the university is well documented. The isolated effects and embodied work conditions of such increasing demands are rarely discussed. And what feminist scholars do when reflecting on the question of labor in academia, it's one of the first questions is the temporal regimes and their embodied effects. But also it's about calculation. And here I give a quotation from Adam Bessie text, which was published 10 years ago, in which he ironically compares the academia with the factory. So he says, the discourse of higher education now resembles what you might hear at a board meeting at number 2 pencil factory. Productivity, efficiency, metrics, data-driven value, all of which places utter near religious space in this highly technical, market-based view of education. Education, which, like all human enterprises, can and must be quantified and evaluated numerically to identify the only best or the one best way in which then it can be scaled up. And so when we speak of control, efficiency, and scientific productivity, I would like to stress it from the start that it seems to be kind of fair and neutral in gender terms, because all of these regulations adopted in our universities, they are supposed to be as objective as possible, and the calculation, the kind of meticulous calculation of each of our types of activity is supposed actually to not to overlook the invisible labor and to measure this time and effort that we spend on it. But on the other hand, it really becomes very troublesome when we need to assess and to evaluate and also to follow all of these forms of control. And what scholars or critiques of neoliberal academia point at, they say that neoliberal academia produces a very specific academic subject. The subject who actually has to perform better, but also who agrees to be controlled in such a way. And here we come to the question of slow scholarship, as it was developed by feminist, which was developed in the feminist manifesto also about 10 years ago, when all of this process already became clear, but not yet reached that point in that stage in which we are now. And here is a quotation from the feminist scholars who published this manifesto for slow scholarship. They actually revolted precisely against this calculability of the efficiency and the norms of scientific production, and they shared their nightmares or their kind of dissatisfactions and the disappointments about how their academic work has been developed. And so, for instance, here is the quotation about from one of the, I have a book project from a decade ago that still needs to be revised and resubmitted, and a few papers still sitting in my drawer awaiting edits. And yet the paralysis that took over for me meant that these works most close to my heart that brought me joy got abandoned, first as they required much slower scholarship and my psychological commitment. Instead, I filled the time, probably purposely, with tasks that were faster to complete, easier to account for, and primarily not my own. And the word communication is not here, but I think that we actually understand that it could be continued precisely with this. And here just 2 slides which I took from the internal documents of our university, and one of them is about the part of the loan document on the calculation of teaching load in HU. And so indeed it looks like the pencil factory in which the productivity or the teaching load of any of us, starting from the assistant and up to professor, is very meticulously calculated in hours and also in different shares. Communication is not here. And then the same, and of course I understand, as I said, that it's done precisely because of the need to rationalize the payment and the remuneration of the faculty members, and that's why it really there is a rationale behind this. And then when we come to the question of the evaluation of efficiency and scientific production is precisely the basis for continuing or disrupting the job contracts. And here you also again you see many figures in which each of the shares in our activities, be it teaching or research or organizational work, that is management, is measured in a particular quantity of points. Yeah, and I would like to I'm sorry that it took a long time, but just in case if you would be interested to read the Slow Scholarship manifesto, I think that many of you would agree with what is said there. I don't really think that it's possible to use it as a manifesto for discussing the conditions of job labor, and I'm not also and I also do not have any kind of positive vision of how this can be changed in the universities that are trying to calculate and to value, to calculate and to value the immaterial labor. But what I would like to point and to come to the end, the less time you spend on communication, the more successful you are as the producer of knowledge. And that's why those tables on the calculation of our intellectual efforts and the question of time management, that's where they come to, because spending more time, which is not evaluated at all and which is not measured at all and remain therefore invisible, we become unable, as the authors of Slow Manifest, to perform in such a way as neoliberal university requires. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have a question, Elena?
Well, a quick question or a comment. Is it working? So, well, so strange to look at oneself on the. Oh my God. Is this me really? So, well, you said that, well, this communication, this email communication that you receive mostly comes from women. But of course, you and I, we are working in these fields dominated by women. So this is kind of natural. I wonder how that would be really interesting to, well, who communicates there? How does it look in hard sciences?
I don't know, I might be mistaken, but I have a thought, and actually I'm almost convinced that the situation with communication is just the same as even in those fields of knowledge or in those sciences like humanities and social sciences, where probably women are, we are not actually, how to say, dominating, because it might be that in philology or in art theory there are more women as professors or as PhD students, but in general academia the numbers are like 50-50, let's say. Only of course the correlation is different from the bottom to the top of the career. But it's exactly what I wanted to say, is that communication still remains, even when it's not called secretary job, but just because functionally it became part of our duties, that it remains women's work. And it's not that men are not responding, but they, for instance, I don't know, my guess or my vision is that the visibility and the invisibility, these are very important issues in relation to oral and written communication in academia. And so we have really not only men as administrators and who are mostly prone to verbal communication and therefore performance, and then we have a lot of invisible workers, women who are communicating and writing endless emails and drafting documents and so on and so forth. So I have an impression that actually it's just the same.
Other questions?
Can you say us how the communication out of the academic sphere influence on the scientific status of certain scholar and maybe relationship between women and female ratio in this way? How can you see, for example, in our Ukraine sphere, the most, of course, part of work deal with women's, but the most common media presentations and text works took part male.
Well, you mean Elena, inside academia or outside of academia?
Outside academic influence on the academic status of scientific and female scientific.
Well, I would agree with you, but that's exactly why I pose this question, that in many cases, even when we see men performing, it does not mean that they write in themselves the speech. For instance, I'm speaking about speechwriters now who remain invisible, and many of them are women. That's one thing. Second thing is that the communication of knowledge, the preparation of publications, and the proof editing, and many other things are also done by women. Not to mention that when we have the collective of authors, I'm pretty much aware, pretty much sure that this kind of interconnections and the control over the time management and etc. It's also done by women as parts, as also probably authors, and that's why I told that in my email when I see the majority, like the 90% of letters coming from women, in many of them men are in copy, but they do not will interfere.
Thank you. And could I ask to switch off the... Могу попросить просто выключить Zoom?